I've done it.
Hello there, Nigel. Good, sorry, just sort of...
They have another Bantam.
Matthew Benson. You welcome.
So I'd like to start the meeting now, please, everybody, and welcome you all again to the Gordon Craig Theatre. And please may I invite you to be comfortable. Please remove jackets or anything else that you feel you need to. It's cooler. It's cooler than Councillor Barnard. It's a lot cooler than I thought. So, but please, hopefully we won't be here for too long. But please be comfortable. So, first of all, in my announcements, I'd like to say a few words about Seamus Quilty. Seamus, our council chairman, is unwell and unable to attend today's council meeting. I'm sure you'll join me in wishing him a speedy recovery. In Seamus's absence, thank you, as Vice Chairman of Council, I will be chairing today's meeting. I actually spoke to Seamus yesterday. He's doing really well. He started physio and he's really keen to get back. So we all wish him great recovery as soon as possible. So a few words about COVID-19. As required by law, the Council will be holding this meeting in person. Due to the capacity of the venue and social distancing preferences and advice from Hertfordshire's Director of Public Health, only councillors and essential officers are present. Other officers, the press, and members of the public may also attend this meeting via the live broadcast, and there is a link on the Council's website to enable them to do so. This meeting will be COVID-19 secure, and we would very much appreciate your assistance in adhering to the control measures detailed in the guidance issued to all members and in the letter from Jim McManus, Director of Public Health. In the event of fire or need to evacuate, a member of the theatre team will direct the evacuation from the stage area behind me here. All those present are asked to keep their face coverings on unless exempt. To avoid crowding, there will be no formal breaks during the meeting other than for lunch. And I'll take a view on how long we would like for lunch when we get nearer that point. If you need to leave or return to your seat during the meeting, please wear a face covering and keep your face at a right angle to anyone you need to move past, so you're not directly facing each other. And please follow the one-way system that's in place. As there may be limited access to electronic papers, i.e. with your power supplies, hard copies have been provided on each of your chairs. Also, there were some comments at our last meeting about the quality of the sound, so extra mics have been placed in the theatre, and the speakers in the front row should be able to speak to me, and hopefully you will be able to hear them from their location. Finally, to indicate a wish to speak or raise a point of order, members should request to do so by raising their hand to attract my attention, because I'm on my own here. When called to speak, you may remove your face covering. Please stand, if possible, as this will allow the camera operator to focus on you for the webcast. Please introduce yourself and make your contribution. At the end of each item of business, there will be where a vote is required, I will ask members to vote for, against, or abstain. Voting will be by a show of hands. I will declare the result after each vote. In the event of a recorded vote, a roll call will be carried out. So I'll now move on to apologies. I have official apologies from Asif Khan, Peter Hebden, Sunny Thusu, and they're the only three I have official apologies for. We have had checked, and so far I don't believe we have James Bond, and we don't have Michelle Vince.
Who does send apologies?
Thank you very much. And I don't think we have Ben Crystal.
No, Ben sends apologies as well.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we'll move on to the minutes, please. And I may ask, does the Council confirm the minutes of the annual meeting on the 25th of May 2021 as the correct record? Oh, yes, thank you, Councillor Mitchell.
Stand up.
Sorry, on my version of the minutes it says that the meeting took place at County Hall. I don't think that's right, so if we could change that.
That certainly wasn't right, so I'll just check that that can be amended. Thank you very much. Good spot. Anyone else noticed anything?
Madam Chairman.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Thake.
Apologies. It's almost impossible for us at the back to hear the front two rows when they're facing you. So if you could summarise their points, it would make life easier.
Yes. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to stand up again and speak to me and then turn around and see if it makes a difference? Would you like to repeat your point, please?
Yeah, so it says, in my version of the minutes, it says that the meeting took place at County Hall, but it didn't take place at County Hall.
Lovely. Would you like to turn around and do the same?
The venue of the meeting wasn't at County Hall, as is
Thank you. That was quite clear when he faced us, Madam Chairman.
Right. Okay. Members, are you all happy to do that? Yes. And please do say at the back if you can't hear, and then we'll keep adjusting things. I think Adam had quite a soft voice at that point as well, so we've got to throw our voice. So going back to the minutes, is everyone happy to approve the minutes? Do I need to take a vote? Thank you very much. I declare the minutes agreed. So now we go on to my announcements, and the first one is a sad one. It's the retirement of Daryl Keane. So Daryl, would you like to stand up so we can actually see? These new members might not know. The uniform's a bit of a clue, but they might not know who you are. You don't need to stand up the whole time I'm speaking, so you're quite welcome. You can if you like, but there we are. So Daryl, Director of Community Protection and Chief Fire Officer, will be retiring from Hertfordshire County Council at the end of the month, and today will be his final meeting of full council. Having joined the fire service for Royal Berkshire in 1991, Daryl worked his way up the career ladder from firefighter to station commander, after which he moved to Buckinghamshire Fire Service. The last decade has been spent with Hertfordshire County Council, joining in March 2011 as Assistant Chief Fire Officer, promoted to Deputy Chief Fire Officer in 2015 and Director of Community Protection in 2017. Darryl has dedicated 30 years of service to the fire service. You don't look old enough. Over the years, Darryl has played a significant role at the local, regional and national level. In recent months, he chaired the COVID Strategy Coordinating Group, supporting government in messaging and policy in response to the pandemic. Furthermore, as National Fire Chiefs Council's operational communications lead, he managed the multi-million-pound implementation of the Emergency Services Mobile Communications Project. Darryl has made an invaluable contribution to the County Council, and he will be missed by councillors and colleagues alike. I'm sure you'll join me in wishing him all the very best for future health and happiness. Lots of members, far too many, that would like to say something about you, but I'm going to invite a little sample. And first of all, I'd like to invite Judy Billing, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'll keep it brief, knowing that there are lots of people who want to talk. Where's Darryl? There he is. Hello, Darryl. It's much nicer to be able to say it to you. Darryl started his role as Protection Supremo about the same time as I became leader of the Labour Group in around 2017, and I was very grateful indeed for the speed and dedication with which he set up regular briefings with me in that extraordinary building in Hertford, which is somehow reminiscent of the 70s, it always seemed to me, but particularly its carpets, if anybody's not ever had it. His office was always a welcoming place, and I was grateful because there's a difference between how chief officers treat insignificant members of minority groups, and he's always been very courteous and very helpful indeed, and I've been extraordinarily grateful for that, particularly as I became a little bit less reliable when I was not very well during some of that period, and thank you so much, and also to Darryl's staff for their kindness to me throughout that period. So many officers in local government, of course, have been reassigned, reinvented, given new, different things to do during the pandemic. So have councillors, of course. We've been doing all sorts of things that we never thought we'd have to do. And I just wanted to pay tribute to Darryl's astonishing leadership of the Local Resilience Forum and its work with the district councils and bringing together those district councils and the county council over this last hideous nearly 18 months now. So thank you so much. I don't want to kind of sound sexist, but I might do in the end. I can't get used to people in their 30s and 40s retiring like this. So I don't know how we let people go into the big wide world when they're obviously so incredibly young. But I realise that might just be a reflection on my years rather than his. Thank you so much, Darryl. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you. You leave the fire service well led, and I hope you'll give lots and lots of advice to your successors about the way we'd like to go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judy. Lovely words. May I have John Hale next, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Darryl, thank you very much. When I was first elected in 2017, my knowledge of our fire and rescue service and the wider community safety services was limited. Despite this, Darryl was always patient and helpful in educating me on the subject. The Council has been very fortunate to have had such a dedicated, experienced and apparently calm person leading the services. This has been particularly true during the last year, when I would particularly like to thank Darryl for all the work done in response to the COVID issue. I have no doubt that Darryl now leaves the Council and with the community safety team in good shape. And I also, Darryl, look forward to challenging your successor on the integrated risk management plan in due course when it comes up for renewal. I'll keep it brief. I think this council owes Darryl a big great debt of gratitude. He has done an exceptional job over the time I've known him, and especially in the last 18 months.
Thank you very much, John. Now, may I invite Jan Madden?
Thank you. Mine's very brief because we haven't actually had an opportunity to meet. But on behalf of the Independent Green Group, I'd like to wish you every success for your future life. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Now it's over to Maurice Bright, please.
So I London Studios. Darryl, we've known each other in various different formats and different areas. I think it's been particularly during the pivotal role that you played in responding to many of the challenges that the service faced and that Hertfordshire communities faced during the COVID pandemic. I think Judy alluded to it a few moments ago, and how you maintained a genuinely caring, firm but resilient leadership support throughout what we really needed to be doing, and you've been a great help to all the boroughs and districts as well as Hertfordshire too. I don't think people realise that you have key roles on the national stage in the Blue Light Communication as the Strategic Lead for Operational Communications for the National Fire Chiefs. You chair the UK's 999-112 Liaison Committee, which is something that I know you feel very passionate about. 2019, you were appointed as the Deputy Lieutenant to the Lord Lieutenant of Hertfordshire, which was clearly testament to your dedication and services to the community. And of course, we were all very proud, and I know you were too, when you received the Queen's Fire Service Medal for Distinguished Service just earlier this year. You've many hobbies, and I'm told you enjoy cycling, which might be why you look so fit and so young. I'm so jealous. Go-karting, camping, you go flying with your son, and I'm sure now that you have time, you'll be able to do all that plus all the other bits around the house. It's at work, like the gardening and building and so on. You have an inexhaustible energy, and we should miss that. I really do think, as others have alluded to, that it's a shame that we lose people like yourself with so much experience and so much care for the places that you've served. But I do appreciate that we have life-work balances, and it's time for you to alter yours. And we wish you well, and we wish you much health in your career ahead. And please don't be a stranger to Hertfordshire. Keep well down. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maurice. And finally, Richard Roberts, please.
Darryl, you stripling of a retiree, you. Heartfelt thanks for wise counsel, not just in your role here, but in Decorum, when you guided us and counselled us there for many years, and that was really appreciated. You are the senior fire officer of leadership for all community safety across the county. You've been indefatigable during the pandemic, providing immense leadership in all sorts of adversity, and sharing your crew's pain as they go about difficult and sometimes deadly tasks. You're far too young to retire, so we wish you well for whatever the future holds, and our deepest respect for all you have achieved. Just echoing what Maurice said, don't be a stranger to Hertfordshire, and all the very best with your DL duties. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. And Darryl, I was lucky to see you yesterday at the British Empire Medals at Hatfield House. We had a brief chat, and I know your immediate plans have something to do with walking boots and a bicycle, but I hope not at the same time, because you'll fall off. but thank you so much, and I think we'll just show our appreciation one more time to Darryl. Thank you so much. Thank you. And then on to an equally sad mention of the retirement of Jenny Coles, our Director of Children's Services. Jenny will be retiring for Hertfordshire County Council at the end of August, and today is her last meeting of full council. Having qualified as a social worker in 1986 and having been a senior manager in local authority children's services since 1997, Jenny has dedicated a total of 35 years service to local government. Jenny joined Hertfordshire County Council in 2010 as Director of Safeguarding and Specialist Services and became the Director of Children's Services in 2014. Over the last 11 years, Jenny has become well known locally and nationally, just Google Jenny and you'll see, as an extremely effective and highly regarded director. Jenny was president of the Association of Directors of Children's Services from April 2020 to April 2021, and was previously chairperson of the ADCS National Families, Communities and Young People Policy Group. Jenny has been a huge asset to the County Council and will be missed by councillors and colleagues alike. I'm sure you'll join me in wishing her a healthy and happy retirement and very best wishes for the future. And do you mind standing up, Jenny? I hope you don't mind, or show our appreciation. Jenny, you won't be spared some words, so I'm going to invite, first of all, Nigel Bell, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, it's been 11 years and it's been so important that Children's Services have gone through it with Jenny's leadership crucial in gaining the trust of the workforce, members, but most importantly, many more children and their families than we had before in Hertfordshire. The Ofsted report and the changes that led to Jenny's appointment and other appointments had to be actioned upon with other key senior managers brought in to make the vital policy and structural differences that were needed. Of course, it should never be about ticking the boxes, and with Jenny as director, we had a hands-on director who had real experience of social work and was able to understand from top to bottom the culture and changes that were needed. We have been lucky that Jenny has led Children's Services in Hertfordshire with so many initiatives that have gained government recognition and funding, leading to good examples of good practice across councils that have put us in the top quartile in many performance figures. We should never be complacent. And I and my group obviously still have great concerns about policies in Children's Services, and of course the figures of Herts children sent out of county, and obviously the casework on SEND, which figures high on and difficult for all of us county councillors, but obviously we've got a new SEND review coming up, and obviously that's for the new director. But I hope that the SEND review obviously helps on that. But Jenny has always been very helpful on a personal level. She's always given timely briefings on policy and on casework issues. She deserves, after admirable public service here in Hertfordshire, to enjoy a long and fulfilling retirement, doing whatever she wants to do.
That was lovely. Thank you very much, Nigel. Thank you. And may I invite Mark Watkin, please?
Thank you very much. Jenny, I had the great good fortune to be appointed to my role as our Children's Services spokesperson only months after you joined this authority from Luton. I have seen you grow and flourish in a role that many others would have struggled or indeed failed to master. I can only imagine how daunting it must have seemed when you arrived to take over a service which was failing on almost every front to contain, let alone master, the needs of Hertfordshire children. All the figures were moving in the wrong direction, be it children being put into child protection, the numbers of children coming into care, those same children struggling at school, our teenagers searching to find work or training, and most specifically our children with special needs failing to receive the support they desperately needed from the service that I was often told was the worst in the country. And just to make the challenge even greater, your service was staffed by far too many temporary social workers as it failed to attract the new talent it needed. Where to start? Well, you recruited some superb leaders who shared your vision. You oversaw the reorganisation of your workforce. You engaged with our partners in health, the police and education and the voluntary sector to introduce groundbreaking ways of collaborative working. You introduced the core vision where there had been none, based around the now famous 5 Bs. Be safe, be healthy, be ambitious, be resilient and be happy. And the service began to grow. I won't attempt to list all the many successes. Suffice to say that Hertfordshire's Children's Service is now nationally recognised as being one of the leading authorities whose approach to family protection, for example, is being adopted by many others. It must give you great pride to know how many of our CLA are now at university and one even taking a PhD. Under your leadership and direction, many thousands of Hertfordshire children across all communities and all circumstances have flourished and succeeded when they might not otherwise have done so or fallen victim to appalling abuse. While many would have struggled, your calm, quiet and apparently light touch was never faltered. You have always been open and available to me and my opposition colleagues and have never wavered from sharing bad news as well as good. You hand over your service to another lady from Luton, Jo Fisher. What is it about that town? Still, facing massive challenges, it will always be so, but in a far, far better place than when you started. Thank you and good luck in your future endeavours, particularly those involving sailing.
Thank you very much, Mark. And may I invite Jan Madden, please?
Thank you. Another brief one, I'm afraid, but Jenny, I do remember you from 8 years ago when I was on the council before, and you took this role during my time of office. All I can say is that I've never, ever heard a negative word about you. People get frustrated with everybody. I've never heard that about you, and I just wish you all the luck for your future retirement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan. And Teresa Heritage, please.
Jenny, on your behalf, I'd just like to thank opposition members for their very kind words. So I don't know what I've got to say now, really. So there we go. So as we've heard, you've been in local government for 35 years, and you are truly passionate about children and young people. You've worked extensively in children's safeguarding, children looked after, and quality assurance, and have also managed integrated youth and youth justice services and special educational needs and disability. Amongst your roles as the Director of Children's Services at Hertfordshire, you have chaired and remain on the Hertfordshire Safeguarding Children's Partnership, which is really close to your heart, I know. You chair the Partnership Children's Commissioning Executive, which is a really important partnership with all our local government and NHS colleagues and police. And you chair the Community Domestic Abuse Executive. You are actively involved in the Local Government Regional Improvement Alliance programme in the Eastern region, and Hertfordshire has been an invaluable influence in regional improvement, so thank you for your role in that. Jenny has provided a significant and influential lead on the integrated care system, particularly with regards to lobbying for children and women. And I'm very pleased to say that Jenny did achieve for us a Children and Women's ICS strand. And I think, I'm looking for a nod, but I haven't got my glasses on, it's one of the only ones in the country. So thank you for that, Jenny. That's really important going forward for all the children and women in this county. I've worked closely with Jenny over the last 4 years and a bit, and have seen her lead a continuous improvement journey with Hertfordshire's approach to children's services, which was demonstrated in September 18 when we received an Ofsted rating of good overall and outstanding in leadership on children and young people. I always wait to hear Jenny's comments about the annual conversation with Ofsted. That's always really interesting. We both share a passion with regards to addressing early intervention and child abuse and working on the Children in Care Council. So that's something that we really agreed on over time, and we're really making headway in that. The culmination of your successful career locally and nationally was your election as the President of the Association of Directors in Children's Services. And I'm sure you will be remembered as the only President who served through the pandemic. I hope you are, I hope it doesn't carry on. And perhaps the only one not having a special event, shall we say, to celebrate your presidency. In Hertfordshire, Jenny was fundamental in the launch of a new family safeguarding model in 2015, which received national recognition and relies on excellent relationships with key partners. Jenny is very good at partnership working. And without her, it would not probably have been possible. Additionally, Jenny is seen as a leader of innovation. As we have seen through the SEND transformation programme, which we're so slowly getting there with, and the implementation of a new module of contextual safeguarding for adolescents, which will be extremely important going forward. Jenny is held in high regard by Hertfordshire schools, including the virtual school, for her knowledge about and concern for vulnerable children, and for her willingness to visit many schools in person and understand their concerns firsthand. This has been evidenced by the many messages of thanks and best wishes for the future that we know she has received from Hertfordshire head teachers since announcing her retirement. Retirement's not the right word, is it really? Whilst I and many other colleagues will miss you, Jenny, very, very much, as you've been my teacher in relation to children's services, I'm sure we will all join now in wishing you a very long and happy, I'm going to say future and not retirement, because I know that you're not going to retire, you will see. So thanks very much, Jenny.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Terry. And finally, Richard Roberts, please.
First, I'd be delighted to be associated with the comments made by Nigel, Mark and Teresa. Nigel and Mark, who have held the administration to account over many years and a vital part of the work of Children's Services. So thank you for your comments, and Teresa, of course. I can still remember the comments of Isabel Trowler, the children's social worker for the country, coming to Hertfordshire, a meeting that Jenny was extolling the virtues of family safeguarding, and she described Hertfordshire as possibly a national treasure, the comment reflecting far more on Jenny than it did on me. Jenny, I think to say you have ridden challenges, given children and families vital leadership, empathising and caring for the well-being of children, their safety and education, and for the cared for carers and most vital to the children that we look after at more than 1,000. Our deepest thanks. And again, my deepest thanks and appreciation for all you've done, the legacy that you leave for us, and of course for your successor, Joe Fisher. May your windsurfer take you to many different shores in a well-earned retirement, or is it just a breather? Good luck and best wishes from us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Richard. And Jenny, wow, what a legacy and what a career you've had with us. Thank you so much. What a hard act you're going to be to follow. You tell me you're going for a 3-week holiday, which you've probably never had in your life. So we all wish you to have a lovely rest. And thank you again from all of us. Thank you. Right. So we will move on now to final announcement. And this is about the Queen's Green Canopy. Put your hands up if you've heard of this. Oh, good. Splendid. So this is to celebrate the Platinum Jubilee anniversary of Her Majesty the Queen. Councils up and down the country have been invited to take part in the Queen's Green Canopy project. The aim is to plant trees and hedgerows and other canopy cover to be dedicated to this event. The Lord Lieutenant Robert Voss has asked Hertfordshire County Council to coordinate the response on behalf of Hertfordshire, and they're doing a splendid job, I have to say. Our response is being led by the Sustainable Hertfordshire team. Part of the Council's role in this project is to help the coordination between Hertfordshire County Council and community groups, town and parish councils, faith groups, businesses, schools, and many more, so they can become involved in this fantastic opportunity. You will all soon receive a letter with further details of what the Queen's Green Canopy is and how you can become involved as county councillors. And I encourage you all to invest time and energy in this and promote it to your local constituencies, businesses, community groups, and you Twin Hatters are incredibly important within your the green trees and spaces in your councils. It's a wonderful project of celebration of the achievements of Her Majesty, and we all want to make sure that Hertfordshire plants as much canopy cover as possible. Not that we're competitive or anything, but clearly we want Hertfordshire to plant the most. As part of a social media campaign, I invite you all to email me a photo of you next to one of your favourite trees in your divisions to help promote the Hertfordshire project. However, I'm sure our younger councillors, we've got a few, Tina, Helen, Sarah, Richard, Alistair, you might actually climb trees, but I think anyone else, I think perhaps might be wise to have a risk assessment. Richard Zaig, yes, whatever. But anyway, thank you very much for your help, and I think it's something that we can do really well in Hertfordshire. So thank you. So now we go on to, I'm going to invite the council to suspend standing orders, standing order number 9(6), in order to allow a motion of which due notice has not been given, to be debated at today's meeting and to allow more than one seconder to the motion. Do I have any objections? No. You don't know what I hope you know what the motion is. So I'll take that as carried. So I don't need a vote, that's fine. So now I'm going to move to the special motion, and I'm going to invite Councillor Billing to move the motion, please. And Judy, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, and hopefully you'll hope that I won't use the whole of that 5 minutes. For any of you who think I've developed an expedient interest in football in order to move such a motion, I can assure you that's not the case. I have been a very enthusiastic Spurs supporter since I was a very small child, and if anybody wants me to recite the Spurs double-winning team of 1961, I'm happy to do so.
Yes.
So I did that. I've realised while I was sitting here this morning, I actually did that as almost my first act of opposition. I was obviously destined to be an opposition politician because all the rest of my family were Arsenal supporters. So there you go. But I've also experienced throughout my life an uncomfortable juxtaposition, if you like, from my background and my lived experience between nationalism and patriotism. I've always found that a difficult conjunction, but have managed patriotism on occasions when it comes to things like football, and of course I'm one of the non-tree climbers in the chamber who does remember the 1966 World Cup final, and I remember being very excited and patriotic at the time, even though I was always conscious of that dangerous way that one can veer into the other historically, and the pain that that can cause. But it has seemed to me for the last few weeks, months, couple of years actually, that Gareth Southgate had done an astonishing job in making patriotism also something about the celebration of diversity. And whilst I'm one of those who has to hide behind sofas in order to watch matches like the final, and can never watch penalty shootouts under any circumstances, I do think that the last few weeks have represented very much more than that. And of course we now have a cachet of young footballers who are willing to engage in social issues of the day, promote things to do with their own backgrounds and poverty and feeding children and all those things. I was therefore, like all the other members of my group, absolutely horrified on that Sunday night and Monday morning to discover that racist slurs could possibly have been dragged out of what was a miserable experience for the whole nation. And hence, I and colleagues in other councils around the county and the country have felt that we needed to say something about that. And certainly in Hertfordshire, where we have a policy of diversion and a strategy of diversity and inclusion, which quite specifically says that we will not put up with those sorts of behaviours while we have anything to do with it. So you have the motion before you. It's a simple motion. I don't need to extol its virtues further, other than to say that in order to get cross-party support and the love that that requires to put a motion from us all, I was not allowed to say that this council utterly condemns the abuse posted on social media. I had to say that the council strongly condemns it. But I want you to know from me that I utterly condemn it.
Yeah.
And I hope that you will motion unanimously. Thank you very much.
No, thank you you very much. And now I'm going to invite Richard Roberts to second. You can reserve your right to speak, and you have 5 minutes.
Judy, thank you for bringing this motion today. I won't take you 5 minutes. You've said all the right things already, so I don't need to repeat them. This motion, giving us a brief, reflective moment on a great England achievement, tinged with the sadness of the awfulness, which was the England penalty shootout and its aftermath. A great campaign marred by a significant few gate crashing for Wembley Party, and post-match racism is just desperate and unforgivable for lads who've just given their all for their country. They did lift spirits, and in the first part of the final, they really were champions in the making. We all believed, and there's something we all need, well, and knocking the penalties in at the end. It is right to call out the mean-spirited and the hateful, but most of all, let's celebrate our young team's achievements. And who knows, they might go on to greater things in the future. But Judy, our thanks for you bringing this motion today and for all it represents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. And I'd like to invite Stephen Giles Medhurst, please, to also second.
Thank you. As leader of the Liberal Democrat group, it's disappointing that Judy's had to bring this motion to council. It's equally, utterly appalling of the racism and slurs that young footballers suffered as a result of the final. But not wishing to actually prolong the issue, some of that actually stems, I'm afraid, with the attitude of some senior politicians. Their failure at the beginning of the tournament to condemn the booing and chanting against those. I have to say, it was equally appalling to see one particular member of Parliament condemn Marcus Rashford for playing too much politics and not practising too much football. That is utterly contemptible and not worthy of a member of Parliament. It's unfortunate those sort of role models in terms of senior politicians making those statements has allowed other members on social media to condemn young, professional, particular players who hopefully will lead England to World Cup championship in the near future. And we are right to condemn it, and Julie is right to bring that motion, and we are right to unanimously support it, and yes, we should be utterly condemning racism, intolerance, Islamophobia, and anything that actually offends members of our society. It's unfortunate, and in fact, it's been left actually to some of the social media to condemn this, but equally we need to be more tolerant of our society. Some of the newspapers have rightly highlighted the problems that occurred at the final and the way that took part. But equally, and I'll echo the words here of a senior member here, which says, people need to think about our role in feeding this culture in our country. Baroness Wolseley. Now, actually, she's quite right. We can't make one statement 3 weeks ago and then make a similar statement condemning something that actually has been encouraged. That is wrong. And people need to realise when they are in senior positions, and all of us here as councillors are to some extent in senior positions, that what we say on social media or through the media could be used by others to justify their actions. And we should not give anyone the opportunity to do so. And yes, this group will fully support this motion, and I thank Judy for bringing it forward, and I'm pleased the council agreed it's on the agenda and can be voted through, I hope, unanimously, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Stephen. Now, I was inviting Ben Crystal, but he's not here. Jan, would you like to second as well?
I definitely would, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Like Judy, I'm a lifelong football fanatic. I've had the privilege of watching Georgie Best play 28 times, and one of the greatest moments of my life was seeing Pele play for Santos against Fulham. I was absolutely horrified on Sunday night when all the messages kept coming through. My son's told me, actually, that there were all these messages on social media. So I decided to have a look and then vented my frustration on social media myself. Now, I'm sure you all know, we all put out what we feel on social media, 2 or 3 people might look at it, and then it might get shared by one of your friends. What happened was over 1,000 people liked or loved my comment, and over 150 shared it. So it's not just us in this chamber that are horrified, it's everybody. I would just like to go on to say that we need to be proud of what we've achieved. This is the furthest that England have got since 1966. How amazing is that? And finally, I want to say how proud I was to read the response by Marcus Rashford, who is one of my heroes, being a Man United fan. His reaction, he's 22 or 23 years old, and it was so mature. I don't know if any of you have read it, but if you haven't, please do look. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So I will now invite open debate. Any speakers have 3 minutes. Lawrence Brass, we'll start with you, please.
Madam Chair, I rise in support of this motion, which is, of course, entirely unobjectionable. But what the motion doesn't say is what perturbs me. It doesn't refer to the fact that the social media abuse of England's black players was effectively encouraged by the Home Secretary when she said at the outset of the competition that taking the knee was mere gesture politics. What reaction did she expect after such a foolish comment? And what reaction did Tory MP Natalie Elphicke expect when she sent a message on WhatsApp that Marcus Rashford should have spent more time practicing penalties than campaigning on child poverty? Madam Chairman, your chaplain made reference earlier to the forthcoming Olympic Games in Tokyo. I hope that our athletes in Tokyo will take the knee, like the brave footballers did, and that this time no Tories will criticise them for doing so. It's an important gesture. Let's hope that we can have a similar motion perhaps at our next Hertfordshire County Council meeting, congratulating the GB Olympic team, who hopefully won't have to endure the racist abuse suffered by the footballers.
Thank you, Councillor Brass. Thank you very much. Do I have any other speakers, please? Yes, Councillor Bright, please.
Thank you very much, indeed, Madam Chairman. I've watched more football in the past month and a half than I had probably done in the last 10 years, primarily because my 11-year-old son is an absolute football fanatic, and we're very proud Arsenal supporters, and we have always have been, and he has a signed Pelé shirt in his bedroom, and 1 or 2 other pieces of memorabilia too. And I think that what we need to remember is what it actually did for the country, and the fact that it brought so many people together. It was only the England-Germany match that I was late for. That's because Richard Roberts kept us in a meeting, and I missed the first half hour, but very kindly they didn't score until a bit later on. But that was the only football match I was on my own for, and when they scored, I screamed, and it's very odd screaming in an empty house. It's that whole thing about if a tree falls in an empty forest, does anyone hear it? And it was a very odd feeling. But the rest of the time, the family came together, and let's just remember that the handful, and it could have well have been hundreds and into thousands, of people who do commit the abuse online. And just remember, it's not just the famous that get trolled, it's not just the famous that get abused. It's the ones who are not necessarily able to defend themselves. But that's a very small number out of the 31 million people who joined together as one and watched the match that night on television, the largest audience since the funeral of Diana over 20 years ago. And I think what I like particularly about this motion is that it focuses very much on the excellent work of not only Gareth Southgate and his team, but how he did lift the spirits while condemning the abuse on social media. And yes, we can all be armchair critics when it comes to saying, oh yes, who should be penalty and we should do that, and we can all do that, but they had to go and do the work. They did the team work, they went out and did us proud. I'm very proud of that team. I'm very proud of what Gareth Southgate and his team stood for. I'm not here to try and make any political comments. I think we can unanimously gather around this and show the people of Hertfordshire that we were very supportive of the team and of this motion, and I'm grateful for the time today to be able to say that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bright. Do I have any other speakers, please? Yes, I do. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and I won't be standing up due to my crutches any more than at the moment I'll be climbing trees. But I hope in a few months to be fit enough to climb a tree and send you the photo. To Judy, I will say Wilson, Rice, Nelson, Story, McClintock, Simpson, Graham, Armstrong, Radford, Kennedy, George. And I still remember the humiliation as a very small child being left at home while my older sister was taken by my father to the 1971 Arsenal vs Liverpool Cup final. As someone who attended their first professional football match aged 4, I can say that 50 plus years of hurt have never stopped me dreaming, and I'll carry on dreaming. They say it's the hope that kills you. Well, like many in this country, hope has kept me buoyed, excited and elated for several weeks. But I have to say that again, like many football fans I know, I was filled with dread the minute Bukayo Saka missed the final penalty. To use Saka's own words, I knew instantly the kind of abuse he was about to receive. I spent a lot of time in my life in football, watching, playing, refereeing, and for many years on fans' representative bodies, and most recently in local football administration. And in those many years, one thing has barely changed, and that's the level of racism. I have a record of fighting racism in football since I was a teenager, before I went into mainstream politics. And what I see now saddens and sickens me. Of course, racism in football has changed during the past 40 years. I'm told indirectly from the professional game and directly from semi-pro and local league football that the amount of racism on the pitch is hugely reduced, and that colleagues now stand up for any players who are racially insulted or abused by their opponents. But the actions of spectators are a little different. True, thankfully the greengrocers get less trade from the bigots amongst the crowds, and the numbers of fans exhibiting racist behaviour has dropped, but that is more than compensated by the defiant attitude of the racist Romanian stands and of the online trolls. We all have a responsibility to help educate those who still see racism as banter, and to call out racism whenever and wherever we hear it. And that leads me to my final comments. I have taken a knee before and will do so again if the circumstances are right and when my surgery allows. At the moment it could lead to further pressure on the NHS. But whether people want to take a knee is of course entirely up to them, and I draw no inference from it. But like others who have spoken before me, I want to say that anyone who has a platform should be using it to stem racism, and those who have the biggest platform should use it most. I cannot put it better than the words of England's own Tyrone Mings. You don't get to stoke the fire at the beginning of a tournament by labelling out as gesture politics and then pretend to be disgusted when the very thing we're campaigning against happens. And just because you have been the victim of vicious, nasty and disgusting racism in the past does not give you a free pass. I strongly support this motion, but while we all delight in the first part, let us all commit ourselves to ending the blight of racism in our national game as expressed in the final paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bedford. Now we know we have a referee in the audience, which is amazing. Thank you. Do I have any other speakers, please? Yes, Councillor Bartwas? Bartwas.
Thank you very much. I wanted to speak on this because I feel really emotional about this. This team that Gareth Southgate has led has actually made me feel like I can be a part of not only the football community but the sporting community more widely. So I want to extend my solidarity to Saka, Rashford and Sancho. I'm sickened by the racist abuse, and as you can tell it's incredibly personal for me. The abuse being hurled at the players is unacceptable. It's also being hurled at people of colour, football fans like myself, and it's awful. Those responsible are not fit to be football fans. This is why our players have taken the knee, and we should all be very proud to support that. Yeah. Racism has no place in our society. I'm glad that my group has brought this motion, and I'm glad to see that the county wants to take action on racism, and I think more needs to be done to stamp it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Beautifully put, thank you. Councillor Rowlands, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I welcome this motion. It shows leadership. Those responsible for the appalling racist social media attacks on the three England footballers should be prosecuted. It's a tragedy, as others have said, that this is not an isolated event. As others have said also, gross intolerance blighted football for decades. Madam Chair, I travel up and down the country most weekends during the season watching matches. There are still, and Sarah's referred to this, a vile minority who taunt players, often on account of their race, on account of gender, and also, alas, as in some cases, the case of Aaron Lennon being one, on account of their mental health challenges which they have overcome. It requires effective leadership to heed what the players are enduring, what they are saying, and what they are doing. And I do feel ashamed at the appeasement practiced by some in influential positions who should know far, far better. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Rowlands. You didn't mention your beloved Burnley in that.
I won't bore council with a diatribe.
Okay, thank you. Do I have any other speakers, please? Yes, sorry. Oh, yes, Councillor. Yeah, Ms. Rena. Yes, hello.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find myself with train track races, probably entering a new moody phase in my life and watching Gareth Southgate on TV. So for a little while I was convinced I was back in the 1990s. What I personally believe that football, all sporting events and politics should be kept separate. Politics has this uncanny knack to divide us, where we see time and time again sports has the ability to unite us. I think Gareth Southgate has brought football back for a new generation. He has reclaimed it for many of us, and I, for one, still believe it will come home one day. Hopefully, I don't have to wait another 25 years. But equally, I believe that whilst the recent events have shown us some of the worst of our society, the fact that we have a motion here today that we are probably all going to be united behind, the fact that we have seen an outpouring of support for those three courageous and extraordinary players, I still believe there is more good in this world than bad, and there is more that unites us than divides us, and that is what I believe.
Thank you, Councillor Ranger. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this really important motion. I'm a Stevenage Borough supporter, so I'm way down in the pecking order with my colleagues, but come on Borough, we've got a new season ahead of us. Let's hope it's more positive than last one. So I did want to speak on this motion. I think it's really important, and it's not just this racist abuse is not limited to football. Sadly, after Lewis Hamilton's win at Silverstone on Sunday, he was subject to another barrage of the racist abuse that young man has lived with all his life, and in spite of that he succeeded in an elite sport where he is the only black driver, and good on you, Lewis. This is his hometown. We're very proud of him, and long may he continue with his success. And you know, we've got a bit of a battle on our hands with his 8th World Championship, but who knows, we keep our fingers crossed for that. I did want to mention some of the things that Gareth Southgate said in the wonderful letter that he wrote to the people of this country before the championships. And one of the things he says is that he's never believed that we should just stick to football. He says, I know my voice carries weight, not just because of who I am, but because of the position that I hold. At home, I'm below the kids and the dogs in the pecking order, but publicly, I'm the England men's football team manager. I have responsibility to the wider community to use my voice, and so do the players. It's their duty to continue to interact with the public on matters such as equality, inclusivity and racial injustice, while using the power of their voices to help put debates on the table, raise awareness and educate. The very thought that, Madam Chairman, that someone would tell a 22-year-old who has been enormously successful in his own field that he has no voice in talking about the poverty that he grew up in is completely ridiculous to me. And the fact that he is also suffering from racial abuse because of what he's done is even worse. And the next bit of Gareth Southgate's letter that I wanted to talk about is that the people that engage in this racial abuse, he says, I have some bad news. You're on the losing side. It's clear to me we are heading for a much more tolerant and understanding society, and I know our lads will be a big part of that. It might not feel like it at times, but it's true. The awareness around equality and the discussions on race have gone to a different level in the last 12 months alone. I am confident that the young kids of today will grow up baffled by old attitudes and ways of thinking. Let's hope that that's true in Hertfordshire, true in our country, and true in the world. I'm very pleased to support the motion. Thank you.
Splendid. Thank you very much, Councillor Taylor. Do we have anybody else? I think that's probably just speak out if I can't see you. No. And I do feel I didn't support as well as I should have done, Gareth. I was sewing a red ribbon on a white dress. It took so long. I drove to the local pub and I got there at 3 minutes into the match. So I missed the goal. But there we are. So, may we please now, please may I invite Judy Billing to exercise your right of reply, Judy.
Thank you, Chair. Would it be nice if we just did it as a vote rather than a right of reply? Yeah.
Very happy?
Yeah.
Yes, very happy.
In which case I relinquish my right.
Thank you very much. So may I please ask for those in favour to raise their hands, please? I'm very happy that that's unanimous. You happy, Quentin?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I'll ask if any are against, just to do it properly. No, not at all. So thank you very much. Declare that. Thank you for that. Right, so now on to item 3, public questions. There aren't any. And then item 3, public petitions. There aren't any public petitions today. So we'll go on to item 5A, the acquisition of Brookdale Yard, Watford, adjacent to Waterdale Recycling Centre in Watford, to enlarge capacity of the facility to ensure the long-term future of the service. And I'm going to invite Councillor Deering to move the motion, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I hope you can hear me at the back. I'm rising to speak in relation to item 5A of today's agenda. I hope I need only be brief, since I further note that the benefit of this proposal to the residents of Hertfordshire will be plain for all to see. As is apparent from the paper in the pack at page 27, an opportunity has arisen for the council to purchase Brookdale Goods Yard in Watford. This opportunity is an immediate interest because the yard is directly adjacent to our existing Waterdale waste transfer site. Waterdale is a very important site for the County Council. It's strategically located and handles just under 60% of Hertfordshire's residual waste. The Waterdale site is immediately south of Waterdale and represents a unique opportunity to expand and safeguard the most significant asset for waste management in Hertfordshire. The Resource and Performance Cabinet panel approved this item on the 5th of July and it was approved by Cabinet on the 12th of July. The position now reached is that an agreement has been struck with the current owners for the Council to acquire the Brookdale site for approximately £4.5 million, subject to agreement at the meeting today. The price is validated by independent consultants and also matches bids made by competing bidders. This opportunity is not covered by the 2021-22 IP because it did not exist when that IP was approved back in February. It will therefore be necessary to increase the Council's capital budget to accommodate this. There will also be a financing revenue cost of, in round figures, £214,000 per annum. All the figures are on page 31 of the paper. If we do not take the present opportunity to acquire Brookdale, the site will be sold to the competing bidders, and we do not know if the opportunity
opportunity has ever presented itself again. I strongly commend this proposal to the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deering. And I'm going to invite Councillor Buckmaster to second. You may reserve your right if you'd like to.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, happy to second, and I'll reserve my right.
Thank you very much. So now I'm going to invite debate, but I'm going to invite the lead speaker for the Liberal Democrat group, which is Councillor Symington, if you'd like to speak. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Fellow members, on behalf of the Liberal Democrat group, I welcome the opportunity to address this motion and to address the issues facing the Waterdale Waste Transfer Site, including the need to invest in the site so that Hertfordshire can sustainably manage its waste in the longer term. The increase in waste that results from the continuing growth in housing across the country, and the requirement to segregate waste types to a greater extent in order to enable efficient processing and recycling in future years. The acquisition of Brookdale Goods Yard, which is located on a site immediately adjacent to the Waterdale Waste Transfer Site, therefore appears to represent an unrivaled opportunity to expand and reconfigure the existing site to accommodate these pressures and the future growth in demand for waste services. As the executive member has mentioned, the enlarged site offers the opportunity for operational improvements, including the development of a purpose-built shredding facility and a new weighbridge, which will help alleviate the pressure on the main road, which suffers queuing vehicles at rush hour. The acquisition price of 4.55 million is acknowledged as being at the top end of the valuation ranges, but the operational benefits and opportunity to build resilience in waste management justify the full price. The additional borrowings, as already mentioned, will add 214,000 to financing costs per annum. We note the updated set of prudential indicators which govern the capital programme and borrowings set out in Appendix A, and that they are met. We welcome that the proposed new shredding facility will deal with bulkier waste, will enable the Council to fulfil the ambition in the Hertfordshire Sustainable Strategy to send no waste to landfill by accessing energy recovery facilities for treatment. This will reduce greenhouse gas emissions and pollution levels will benefit from fewer vehicle movements. The acquisition of the Brookdale Goods Yard will enable the Council to develop a strategic site to its full potential and provide key enlarged waste management facility for the county. I therefore, on behalf of the Liberal Democrat group, welcome this proposal and support the motion to support the motion as in 5.2. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Symington. And may I now invite Councillor Bartwas, please, to speak as a lead speaker for the Labour group. And again, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I support this proposal on behalf of the Labour group, and I'm very proud to. Having visited the site recently, it's clear to me that this is a great opportunity, and I would recommend that everybody goes and has a look. It's incredibly important for capacity issues, as has been covered, and members will recognise the scale of the challenge that we face in Hertfordshire. So I hope that everybody will support this, and I'm incredibly thankful for the work that officers have done on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartwas. Now may I please invite lead speaker for the Independent Green Group, which today will be Councillor Madden.
Thank you. In Ben's absence, I would just like to support the motion. I also, with Tina, went to, and Asif, if he's here, went to look at the centre last week. Was really impressed with the whole thing and also with the proposals being put forward, so we fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Madden. Now I'm going to open up to the floor. Any other speaker will have 3 minutes. So do I have any member who'd like to speak? Yes, Councillor Bedford.
Thank you, Chairman. I repeat my comments again about standing. I just wanted to speak very briefly as the local member for the for this site. And could I ask officers to please look at how the division Abbots Langley is spelt. 50% of the time this council spells it incorrectly. It's not very difficult, it's not very long. Even the documentation I'm sent as a new county councillor or the elected county councillor has it spelt incorrectly on there. It doesn't fill you with confidence. I wanted to make one real point. Over the past couple of years, the backlog of vehicles training back along the A405 has affected traffic not only on the A405, which affects not only this end of Three Rivers, but also severely Watford and St Albans districts. It's also caused congestion at junction 6 of the M1, junction 21 and 21A of the M25, and on the local road network. And this isn't just during the rush hour, it's during many of the hours of operation. It has discouraged some residents from using the household waste and recycling centre there because of the length of the queues, and it has caused tailbacks and delays for waste collection authorities, vehicles who have to queue in order to access the site, therefore causing knock-on delays to the rest of their collections. I realise that traffic will be dealt with once the site has been purchased and the plans are properly worked up, but I just wanted to place on record here that it is not simply a matter of getting the vehicles that this authority wishes to get in and out of that site quickly in and out, but also the vehicles of residents and indeed the vehicles of other authorities, and to ensure the local road network for people who just live there and want to drive past is not severely impacted as it has been sometimes in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bedford, for that local detail very much. And I think I have Councillor Rowland, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a brief word. In my capacity as lead councillor for Waste on St Albans District Council, certainly welcome the recommendations. I'm aware of the logistical and congestion problems that have been referred to. We're certainly very concerned by the potential adverse impact on service levels of contractors operating in St Albans and in nearby authorities. I think the acquisition of the additional land is an essential first step in trying to secure the long-term relief of the site, so I welcome it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rowland. Any other members who would like to speak on this? Yes, we have Councillor Williams, Councillor Phil Williams, I think, beneath the mask.
Right, yeah. Excuse my shorts, it's been a little warm. First of all, yes, fully support this and well done for bringing it forward. It is the only way forward. I do have one concern though, and that is, where is it? Because Waterdale, that I know of, is in Three Rivers, it's not in Watford. So I hope we can get that straight and we're not doing this to somewhere else. So that's Waterdale to Three Rivers, alright? The other thing is they're having spoken to officers about this. I understand one of the reasons for the 3-hour delays, or an hour and a half delay twice a day, is down to lack of staff. It's not purely on functionality of the transfer station, it is on the lack of staff. Have we got some forecasting of the staffing issues and how we're going to overcome those things?
Thank you, Councillor Williams. So before I go back to Councillor Buckmaster, does anyone else like to make any point? I don't think we have. So, Councillor Buckmaster, may I invite you? Right reply.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, you asked us to introduce ourselves. So I'm Eric Buckmaster, the Executive Member for the Environment, and Waste Disposal comes under my portfolio. And first of all, I'd like to say that I'm grateful for all of the positive comments around this proposal and the support for it. You know, that's really encouraging. Just by way of summary then, the site as it is now processes around 60% of the county's residual waste, and there's also an adjoining recycling centre and 2 collection authorities that use it as a bulking location for recyclables. And members will know that our ambitions to have our own energy recovery facility was ruled out. So it's really important that we have appropriate and strategically placed waste transfer sites in order to make use of facilities elsewhere to avoid landfill. And as has been mentioned, not forgetting the significant housing growth we face. So the improvement of Waterdale through the acquisition of Brookdale Yard is part of the process of meeting the challenges And there are many benefits to the acquisition, and we've heard some of them from other members. Funding for shredding facilities at Waterloo transfer site are already included within the council's integrated plan, but to have a site become available next door is absolutely ideal. And so vehicles with items for shredding, and that is around 35% of the vehicles, can be redirected through another entrance, immediately relieving the queuing problem. And I absolutely take the point that that also counts for residents' access as well, so that will also be looked at. And capacity and throughput in the residual areas will also be relieved. I could also see the associated potential to upgrade the recycling centre in line with our ambitions in the local authority collective waste strategy, and as well as potentially a larger and significantly improved reuse centre to improve and enlarge in line with some of the others we have. So it's all part of our plans in the service to prevent waste going into landfill and improve service for residents. I'll take up the issue of staff. There may be issues, as we know there are some nationally, around people having to isolate, and the other issues around access to the various recycling sites will be relieved over the coming days if they haven't already been, because we'll be able to increase the number of vehicles on each site. So yes, we'll look into all of those, but I'm really grateful for all of the support across the chamber. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, thank you, Councillor Buckmaster. So finally, I'd like to re-invite Councillor Deering to exercise your right of reply, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Again, I won't need 3 minutes. Like Eric, I'm very grateful for the mood of support in the room today. I think this is clearly a very positive proposal and one which we clearly must grasp. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the property team who have been alert enough to become aware of this proposal or opportunity in the first place, and to keep the cellar of the site warm while we have gone through our processes in order to arrive at today's meeting. I think that actually is an exceptionally able thing that the property guys have done, and I would like to place on record my thanks to them for that. And I'd just also like to take note that we are able to meet this unbudgeted item, which is not insignificant, of course, because the council's finances are very soundly managed, have been very soundly managed for a number of years now, and it's because of that that we're in the position we're able to go forward with this proposal today. I very strongly commend this proposal to council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Deering. And if I may, I would like to move to the vote. So please may I have a show of hands for those in favour, please. Great. And those against? It's certainly carried. Thank you very much. So we'll now move on to item 5B, which is the COVID-19 recovery strategy. And I would like to invite Councillor Roberts to move the motion, please, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I move the motion in my name. Details are in your paper. The last year has been searing. We've quite simply lived through the most extraordinary times. The pandemic has an impact on our health, the way we work, the way we live our lives, leaving its mark on each and every one of us and the communities we live in. This is no doubt felt the most deeply by those directly affected by COVID, either through illness or the loss of a loved one. And my thought goes out to everyone whose lives have been touched by this devastating virus. As I look back over the last 18 months, I do so knowing the County Council's response to the pandemic has been just immense. Delivered shoulder to shoulder by our teams with volunteers and partners representing phenomenal collaboration, and I couldn't be more proud of this effort. We are going to be living with this virus for so many years to come, but today I want to formally move us into a phase of recovery. Of course, we will continue to respond to local outbreaks and variants and a level of restriction on our daily life, but it's time to move forward. None of us want to be stuck in long pandemic forever. I don't need to remind any of you of the challenges of the last 18 months. It is crystal clear that it's critical we have a plan in place to ensure our services are restored and we help our residents and communities to recover. That time is now. The Council continues to be in a strong position to deal with whatever we are presented with, but the longer-term impacts are now beginning to emerge. Whilst there are encouraging signs, for example, job opportunities, there remain some significant challenges to be addressed, including mental health, domestic abuse cases, redundancy, education catch-up and vaccination take-up for some of our communities and age groups. Our emerging recovery strategy needs to align to wider ambitions, acknowledging the good work prior to the pandemic, but building on new ways of working, new ways of delivering services and maintaining close engagement with our communities. As I stated back at our last council, meeting my priorities, they are health and well-being, the environment and sustainable growth. Therefore, our recovery activity must also be aligned to these priorities and will form the key themes in the strategy. In addition, we recently launched our Beyond Today Change programme that will ensure we are a modern and flexible organisation, able to respond to these priorities, but also as a means to deliver that broader, striving ambition that Hertfordshire County Council services for our residents should always be good and aiming for outstanding. Running through all these themes are the essential strands of diversity, inclusion and levelling up. And I nod at this juncture to Judy and her motion. We are a very diverse county. Let's make sure we are inclusive. More on tall poppies for another time. It's my strong intention that this strategy should be developed in 2 stages to ensure all councillors and those who represent get an opportunity to shape our recovery plans. Today brings a strong steer and update on the strategy, particularly focused on the restore elements and funding of schemes. In the autumn, we can bring further detail, especially on rethinking our service delivery. When setting our budget for this year, we had the foresight to start thinking about what we would need to invest to help with recovery when the worst of the pandemic was over. We have spent 144 million so far responding. We must now spend to restore. The key areas for support are for vulnerable people and the carers and their carers. Those experiencing domestic abuse, the Building Life Chances initiative, supporting those who are facing economic hardship, initiatives on skills and apprenticeships, helping young people get around through discounted travel, and a 50% increase in member locality budgets for this year, increasing the level to 15,000 per member. A total investment of 9.6 million over the next 2 years. Madam Chairman, the COVID-19 pandemic continues to be the biggest challenge facing our society since the war. This council will now play its part in helping the county recover and prosper in the wake of these unprecedented times. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Roberts. And may I invite Councillor Deering to second, please?
I second and reserve my right.
Thank you. Now I'm going to invite Sally Symington, please, to move the Liberal Democrat amendment, please. And you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, fellow members, the Liberal Democrat Group welcomes the Council's 2-stage COVID recovery strategy and thank all those who had an input into establishing a way forward in the current situation. We hope this will broaden out to include all members, as promised at the recent Cabinet panel meeting. The current situation is one that has lasted much longer and has the potential to be far more transformational to the way we live than initially envisaged. To this end, we need to embrace the opportunity to change the way we deliver services, how we tackle rising inequality, and how we build a sustainable future. The Liberal Democrat Group therefore propose an amendment that sufficient emphasis is given to the rethink strand and its potential role in meeting the objectives of the Sustainable Hertfordshire Strategy. We have all recently witnessed, with increasing shock and horror, the flooding events in Western Germany, Holland and Belgium, which have wreaked devastation and brought loss of life to as yet unquantifiable numbers of people. In recent weeks, within our own county of Hertfordshire, we have witnessed unprecedented flooding events. And in my own division, I have seen residents made homeless. Climate change is a reality we must confront head-on and tackle with a renewed urgency. The video conferencing company Zoom has struck a multi-billion-dollar deal to buy a cloud-based call centre operator, thereby setting its store on the future of hybrid working. At the same time, HSBC introduced Zoom Free Fridays to reduce stress resulting from working from home. We need to rethink how we do things. The Council acknowledges car use in Hertfordshire has returned, in some cases, to pre-pandemic levels. And as we all know, car usage is a huge contributor to carbon emissions across the county. I welcome the extension of the Saver Card scheme, which provides half-price travel to include 20 to 25-year-olds. But we need to go so much further and faster to ensure a return to car use is not embedded in a return to normal. These are just a few of the paradoxical issues that require rethinking to be at the forefront of the Council's COVID recovery strategy. The Sustainable Hertfordshire strategy aims to lead, enable, inspire, and promises that, crucially, all of these aspirations will be underpinned by strong action and implementation plans aligned with each directorate's commitments. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to fulfil these commitments, to do things differently and better, and we shouldn't let it pass us by. By rethinking the way we do things, we can deliver more services, save money, reduce our impact on the environment, and tackle inequality to ensure that Hertfordshire genuinely is a county of opportunity for all. We urge you to support this amendment to ensure that future generations benefit from the vision and foresight of those leading Hertfordshire out of this pandemic by committing to putting sufficient emphasis on the rethink strand of the COVID recovery strategy and its potential role in meeting the objectives of the Sustainable Hertfordshire strategy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Symington. And I would like to invite Councillor Jarvis to second the motion. And if you do speak, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Right, now I'm going to invite debate, and first of all I would like to invite the lead speaker of the Labour group, which is going to be Councillor Taylor, please, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and I do support the COVID recovery plan and all of the intention that's within it, and I think the emphasis on the rethink strand is welcome, and I would support that as well. I think it's really vital that we do, as we recover from COVID, that we recover in a way that's better than we were before, not go back to our old ways that were not improving our environment. I do, having looked at the plan in great detail and gone through the discussion panel, one of the things that struck me was you know, there is an undoubted commitment to some of the people services in that recovery plan. But I think, although it says sustainable, looking at sustainable economy, I didn't get the overwhelming urgency of the improvement that's necessary to our economy and the emphasis on that we get coming through, for example, in the Hertfordshire Growth Board, which I really think is work that is driving this county probably further and faster than many of the other places in the country. And I think it would be good to see more of that work highlighted in the COVID recovery plan. And one of the reasons I'm emphasising that is that I do believe that for the government to be even lightly hinting towards local government reorganisation as any element of levelling up or COVID recovery is complete and utter nonsense, and I hope that the Leader of the Council will use today as an opportunity to reiterate his view that that is the case too. What we all need to be focused on now is the recovery from COVID for our communities, for the mental health issues that people have experienced, for the unemployment that's coming from some sectors where there are difficulties. From some of the difficulties in sectors, I've got a very successful haulage company here in Stevenage, which is really suffering from the lack of drivers. Many of us in the public sector are suffering from certain employment areas where we are struggling to get employees in those. And we are lucky here in Hertfordshire that we have two of the very key sectors that will take this country forward for the future. That's the creative industries and the STEM industries. We had the fantastic news in Stevenage this week that GSK will be investing a further 400 million in cell and gene therapy in this borough, and that a United States cell and gene company are moving their headquarters from the United States, not to London or Cambridge or Oxford, but here to Hertfordshire and to Stevenage. This is amazing news, and what we need to do is make sure that we are stressing the importance of that economic recovery, but it must be an economic recovery focused on making sure that we're doing that with the full knowledge of what we may do to the environment as we do that. And if we don't do both together, we will be failing in our duty. So it's sustainable economic recovery, but addressing all the people issues as well. So I hope we can do that as we take this forward. Can we have a bit more emphasis in the COVID recovery plan on what we need to take that economy forward with the enthusiasm and the energy that's behind the Hertfordshire Growth Board? And then I think we will be leading the way through the recovery as we should be in Hertfordshire. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Taylor. Thank you. And now I'd like to invite the lead speaker for the Independent Green Group, which would be Councillor Madden, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I won't need 5 minutes. I need one sentence. Just to really support this and echo the Liberal Democrats' comments on it. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madden. And I'm going to open the floor to all other speakers who will have 3 minutes. So do I have anybody who'd like to speak on this? Maybe everything's been said. It looks like it has. Oh, Councillor Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just rising to stand up for the people portfolios, I suppose. This is the initial piece of work for recovery in the county as far as I'm concerned. Our people are really important. Their health and well-being is really important. And I've spoken quite vociferously, I suppose, in the last term, as it were, around a poverty strategy within the children's portfolio. Can I say that this is part of that? This is the whole council approach to dealing with poverty and inequality within our county. I completely recognise the comments around environmental matters and economic matters, but we have to start somewhere, and actually starting with our people and their health and well-being is really important to me. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Heritage. I'll just check one more time around the chamber, if anyone else. And if not, I will go back to Councillor Jarvis, please. You have your reserved right and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think we all welcome the outlines of the Council's recovery strategy. Of course, recovery is an interesting position, an interesting way to view the position that we find ourselves in at the moment, since there are probably 20 times more people with COVID in Hertfordshire today than there were when we last met here a couple of months ago. So there are some real challenges to get to a position where the recovery strategy can move forward. And there are many people who feel that the events of yesterday are not going to make that any easier. It is, I guess, to be welcomed that the government is backpedaling a little, having discovered that the majority of the public don't think that their abandon everything strategy was the right thing to do, and we should have to see the extent to which that changes. And the Council's recovery strategy is going to have to be flexible about the way in which the national position pans out. Because I think what we should all have learned from what's happened over the last 15 months is that anyone who says they know what's going to happen and they have a firm plan that can't be changed is likely to look very foolish at some time in the future. So whatever we think we need to do, we need to be prepared to do something differently if circumstances dictate that. The other thing that I think we need to do, and this is behind the amendment, is we need to avoid the temptation to see the best way forward to be going back to where we were. We've been forced by some very unpleasant circumstances to learn that we can do some things that we didn't think we should do. Some of those are things which will benefit us in the way which other members have spoken about. And that's why the Rethink strategy, I believe, is so important in terms of making sure that we capture the things that maybe we didn't want to change, but now we've changed, we've discovered have provided us some benefits. And we need to make sure that that's a central part of what we do going forward, because that will enable us to do a better job for the people of Hertfordshire, not just from an environmental point of view, but from many points of view. But it will enable us to capture some of the potential environmental benefits that we either didn't think we could achieve or thought would take us many decades to achieve. So I hope that you will approve the recovery strategy, and I hope that you will also approve the amendment, making sure we have sufficient emphasis on rethinking the way in which we do things.
Thank you, Councillor Jarvis. And now I'm going to return to Councillor Deering, and you have your right to reply for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I think, if I might say, Sharon Taylor and Teresa Heritage have put their finger on the key ingredient of this package, which is it is to help people who are suffering and have suffered because of the COVID situation, and it's to help them now. This administration is completely committed to sustainability. It's a central part of our approach to running this council. Sustainability will feature in everything that we do, but this package has in mind people who need help now. And of course, with that in mind, it's very timely that we bring this proposal to council today, given that Freedom Day was just yesterday. The intention is that the fund of 9.6 million that we're making available can kick into action without delay to help the residents of Hertfordshire. In the last 16 months or so, Hertfordshire, as we all know, has experienced the most challenging period any of us can remember, and we're not out of the woods yet. During the initial and lockdown phases of the pandemic through to today, this council has responded with huge distinction. In meeting the needs of our residents through all stages of the pandemic, we have switched 7,000 staff to home working within just 2 weeks, increased locality budgets by 50% for COVID causes. We have delivered around 120,000 free food and essential parcels as part of Operation Shield. Working with public health in the districts and boroughs, we've established over 70 sites for testing and vaccination delivery, and that includes several major sites, 35 roving sites, and 12 pop-up sites. We've also distributed over 14,000 tests direct to residents as the need has arisen. And at all times, we've maintained services to the fullest extent possible. This is a fantastic performance, delivered without any fanfare by our staff, very often working well outside the realms of business as usual. I know that every member of this council will want to thank officers for their terrific work in these difficult times. As Richard has said, in all we have so far spent £144 million on COVID. The COVID recovery package implemented today will take the good work even further. In the IP, we earmarked 1.7 million for adult care and 1.5 million for public health, making a total of 3.2 million for further COVID relief. I'm very pleased to say that the fund of 9.6 million that we're proposing today will be in addition to that 3.2 million. I'm also very pleased to say that the 9.6 million fund we're proposing today will be £2.1 million in excess of the amount envisaged in the IP. In the IP, we earmarked 7.5 million for COVID recovery in the first 2 years, but the proposal now is to invest 9.6 million this and next year. The objective is to make funding available now when people need it most. Madam Chairman, this is a terrific package of measures made possible by this administration's continuing sound management of the Council's finances. It will deliver real benefit to the people of Hertfordshire. The package was approved by the Resource and Performance Panel on the 5th of July and by the Cabinet on the 12th of July. We want to get on and get the money moving, and I urge all members to vote and support the recommendation of paragraph 3 of the agenda paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Deering. And then finally, I'd like to invite Councillor Roberts to exercise your right of reply, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. With this programme has been, the Recovery Fund has been approved by Cabinet, and I believe, listening to the debate this morning, with some significant universal approval across the parties. Just to be clear what we're talking about, 9.6 million will deliver £3 million for adult care service projects, including 500,000 towards domestic abuse. 3 million into children's services, with 1.2 million going into schools for education, recovery and mental health support. 2.2 million will be allocated to building life chances, designed to tackle the impact on families. 680,000 allocated to environment and infrastructure projects. 390,000, as we said, into members' locality budgets. 200,000 a year for enhanced support for vulnerable families through family centres. We still have family centres in Hertfordshire. Thank goodness we've still got them. 100,000 a year to support new parents who are formerly in care. 100,000 a year for care leavers apprenticeships. 500,000 to support informal youth activities. We still have a youth service in Hertfordshire. Thank goodness it's still there. 340,000 projects focused on fuel and food poverty, and 440,000 on the Saver Card scheme. I have brought this package as soon as practically possible so that we can get on and deliver this over the next 2 years for the residents of Hertfordshire as part of building recovery out of COVID. It is with some pace that we bring this. Sally, I absolutely get the point of your amendment, although I wasn't entirely clear that you were focused on sustainability per se and you were drifting off into climate change, which is fine, but this is focused on the recovery here and now. It is part of the restore element of those 3 principles: respond, restore, rethink. And the reason I think that I would move against your amendment is just because of what Sharon said. She focused on building back business. Absolutely, we need to do that. The economic environment in Hertfordshire is challenged by COVID. And we need to have, through the Growth Board, for example, we need to make sure that business is built back in Hertfordshire. People want to come here and run their businesses and invest in Hertfordshire and give jobs back to the people of Hertfordshire. They are 2 completely different genders, but they are both part of Rethink. And your amendment does not mention anything about building back business in Hertfordshire. So it's for that reason that I'm going to reject it, not because of the sentiment that you've expressed. So I'm going to take the positivity from this morning is that we are putting forward a great package of support across a whole range of activity that will help our residents to build back from COVID, and I'm delighted to do so. And I hope that we can have, or we won't have, my apologies, we won't have, but I'm moving my motion and I'm asking that we reject the amendment put forward by the Liberal Democrats. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. So now it follows that we are actually going to vote on the Liberal Democrat amendment. So may I have your hands in the air for those in favour of the Liberal Democrat amendment, please? And if you can lead them up, because they're going to be counted. Happy? Yep. Yes. And may I now have the hands up for those against, please? And do we have any abstentions, please? Can't see any abstentions. Carried. That vote was carried, and so
Can we have the vote, please?
Yes, of course. Of course.
29 votes against, 41 for. Sure, it's the other way around, actually. Sorry, 20 against.
Take it. Too slow. So now we're going to vote on the substantive motion, please. So a show of hands for those in favour, please. Well, let me ask if there are any against, please, or any abstentions. No. Thank you very much. I can declare that carried. So now we'll move on to item 5C. This is a report of the Independent Members Panel on member allowances. The special meeting to consider co-optees allowance for the Audit Committee. And I'm inviting Councillor Roberts to move the motion, and you have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think this is fairly straightforward. I have very little to say on this.
Good.
I'm thoroughly approving of £1,000 remuneration, and I value that the work and the contribution made by the independent co-opted members. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts, and invite Councillor Bright to second, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I second the motion. Reserve my right to speak, but pretty sure I won't need to. Thank you.
Lovely. And I'm inviting debate, and first of all I'd like to invite the lead speaker of the Liberal Democrat group, that is going to be Councillor Giles Medhurst, please.
I've almost forgotten that one. We have no objections to these proposals. They seem sensible arrangements, given what's being suggested from you.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to invite Councillor Billing, lead speaker of the Labour group, please.
Thank you, Chair. I generally feel that if you have an independent remuneration panel, it's a good idea to go with their recommendations, and therefore that's what I would put forward as well.
Thank you very much, Councillor Billing. And then finally, lead speaker, Independent and Green group, Councillor Madden, please.
Thank you. I echo what Judy just said. If we've got an independent panel, we really should take their advice.
Wonderful. So, open to any other speakers. Do we have anybody on the floor who'd like to add anything to what we've heard? I don't think we do. So then I will actually invite Maurice Bright. No, nothing from Maurice Bright. Thank you. And so, Councillor Roberts, exercise your right to reply. No?
I think we'll just go straight to the vote.
Lovely. Okay. Straight to the vote. Hands up, please, for those in favour. Hands up for any against or any abstentions. That one is carried. Fantastic. Right. Now, item 5D, provision to appoint independent, non-voting members to the Audit Committee. So I'm going to invite Councillor Graham to move the motion, please. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I rise to propose the recommendations set out in the paper under section 3. Like Councillor Buckmaster mentioned, I should introduce myself. I'm Councillor John Graham and I'm Chairman of the Audit Committee. I'm also standing in the middle of them all, so I don't know quite which direction to shout, so I'll maybe turn it around as I say. Oh, sorry, I've got my directions. Point forwards. Thank you. Madam Chairman, the recommendations are set out on the order paper, and there are primarily 2 of them. One is to approve the proposed arrangements to appoint non-voting members and also to set their remuneration. And secondly, to authorise the Chief Legal Officer to amend the Constitution, and we have those amendments in the order paper in Annex 3. Madam Chairman, if we go ahead with this proposal, we are following best practice, which is set out in the papers. We're also bringing benefits to the Council, including the enhancement of the Committee's challenge fund. So can I just pick out 3 factors involved in the proposed arrangements? The first one is that we're proposing at this stage to recruit just 1 independent member, although to avail flexibility, the Constitution will be amended to allow a maximum of 3, but at this stage we're just looking to appoint 1. In terms of terms of office, the term of office will be 2 years with 1 opportunity for reappointment, and this will allow some degree of continuity as the independent officer will flow over the annual council elections, or the 4 yearly annual council elections. And thirdly and finally, if I just comment on the voting rights, that the independent person will have no voting rights, but as you note in the papers, and we will adopt this, we will follow common practice that before the Audit Committee reaches a decision, the views of the independent member will be considered, and I will give that undertaking as audit chairman. Madam Chairman, can I just conclude and say I hope the Council will feel able to support the recommendations. The proposal will ensure Hertfordshire County Council follows best practice. It brings new skills into this Council, and I request Council to review the recommendations set out in the audit paper. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Councillor Graham. And I'm going to invite Councillor Guest to second, please.
I second the motion and reserve my rights.
Thank you very much. And now I'm going to invite debate, and to kick off, I'm going to invite the lead speaker of the Liberal Democrat group on this, and that is Councillor Tim Williams, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yeah, I do believe, and we do believe, that the appointment of a suitably qualified independent member for the Audit Committee is best practice. It is recommended by CIPRA, recommended in last year's Redmond Review. A number of councils already do this, and we very much agree that we should do it as well. Yeah. However, I would like to seek further clarity in regards to the recruitment and the appointment process. I realise it's outlined in paragraphs 5.4, 5.5, 5.6, but I want to ensure that this role is independent, and basically the independency is the candidate, and feel greater transparency should occur in regards to the recruitment process, and perhaps somehow involve the positions of the two opposition group spokesmen to be involved in somewhere, even if it's communication-wise. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. And I would like to invite Councillor Taylor, lead speaker for the Labour group, please. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Like my fellow councillor, I don't have any objections to this, and indeed it's quite common practice for independent members to be appointed to audit committees. However, I think we do have to just be a little bit careful about this. There are many problems with local government audit at the moment, and many of those don't reflect on the audit committees or any of the work done on them. They are to do with the provision of audit nationally, the delays to audit, the difficulties that auditors seem to have with the complexity of local government accounts, but they're not to do with the work of audit committees. We have a very well-qualified team of officers here in Hertfordshire, very highly respected. We have professional auditors who come in to do our audit, and we have a group of members who sit on the audit committee who diligently go through their training processes and take their roles very seriously. I don't think it is the role of members of the audit committee to be qualified sit-for members, and we seem to be heading very down a path of assuming that that is the case, and I don't think it should be. The role of members on an audit committee is to sit as representatives of the public that we are elected here to represent, and cast that kind of eye over the audit of the accounts. And I find the kind of increasing push towards professionalising the role of members on audit committees is not quite what's intended by it. So I suppose the putting independent members on there who do have those qualifications is part of the way around that. But I just think we've got to be a little bit careful about this. You know, expecting members of the audit committee to be sit-for qualified is not where we should be going, in my view. We should be lay members. I agree with what my colleague Tim Williams said about having opposition involvement in the recruitment of these independent members. I think that would be really helpful. And I think for the moment, if we can leave it at one and see how that goes, I think that that would be the best way forward rather than recruiting. I understand that the provision is there if we need it, but I think one is probably sufficient for the time being, and we'll see how we go. Audit is an increasingly complicated area. There are national issues to resolve, and I think we need to work on those. But I'm not going to object in principle to this proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. And finally, I'd like to invite lead speaker for Independent Green Group. That will be Councillor Madden, please.
Thank you. I feel like a yo-yo today. I think that this is a really good step forward, and as long as it is completely transparent and as long as they are truly independent, we wholeheartedly will support that.
Thank you, Councillor Madden. So I'm opening up to the floor. Any speaker who'd like to say anything on this item? Will you please put up your hand? If I can't see any, then I will return to Councillor Guest, please. 3 minutes.
Madam Chairman, hopefully I won't take that long. The addition of independent non-voting members to the Audit Committee is more than common practice. It is recommended good practice. Bringing in independent non-voting members will add to the committee. It will strengthen the breadth, depth and insight of the challenge that the committee can give. We welcome them on. To show that serving on the Audit Committee does not turn members totally dry, there is, in my division, a local wildlife site owned by the County Council that has a tree with a tyre swing. In recent weeks, I have swung with pleasure from it and look forward to doing so again. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Guest. And finally, I'm going to go back to invite Councillor Graham to exercise your right to reply.
Yes, thank you. Just I'll pick up the couple of points that were made. Clearly, independence of this new candidate is the most important thing to do, and I take the point that Tim Williams has done. In terms of the recruitment process, it's set out on principle. I think our feeling was we wanted agreement to the principle and the paper first, but I'll take on the points that have been made by the opposition when we look at the process going forward as how we can, and what involvement we could consider doing at that stage. But I hope that the Council is able to put the paper in principle so we can move forward with the recruitment process.
Thank you very much, Councillor Graham. So may I ask members to vote, please, by show of hands. Those in favour, please. And do we have any against or any abstentions? No, so I declare that carried. So now we're going on to item 6A, which is the Executive Report to County Council. I'm going to invite Councillor Roberts to present the report and move the motion, which he has 5 minutes. There's no seconder required for this item and there is no debate. The leader may make a short statement introducing the executive report and a member of the executive may make a factual correction or update. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Can I take this opportunity to thank all of the staff here at Gordon Gray Theatre and all of our team as well who are making these proceedings happen, and also to include thanks to Sharon for hosting us here in Stevenage. It was an absolute delight to walk through Stevenage Town Centre this morning. I don't know what you've done, Sharon. It looks like you've put a brush and a broom through it. It's looking much, it's looking great. Maybe it's just the sun shining, but it's looking good. Thank you, and it is a delight to see everybody here. I know we're not in our chamber, but I think this is the right decision, and the way that the current wave has washed over us and increased, I think is the right place to be today. Can I just touch on 2 very important decisions by the Employment Committee, resulting in a new Director for Community Safety, Alex Woodman, and the new Director, Joe Fisher, so replacing Darren and replacing Jenny, who we thanked earlier. I'm delighted that they are joining us and welcome them to Owen's team and for all of us to get to know in the coming weeks, months and years. In recent weeks I've been meeting with Owen, the district leaders, district borough leaders and their chief execs, and that has been enlightening and I find that really useful, particularly as we think through some of the leadership issues. Just to be clear, I said last time I have no truck in the unitary authority in this county, and in fact Boris Johnson in his speech last week around levelling up gave us the opportunity to have a collaboration of leadership, which I welcome, and I hope that in the near future we will be able to both build and present our proposals how we do that to government, and they will not find those wanting. I've met the Chairman Mark Breton and the Grove Board team, which I now chair, and again look forward to working together across the sustainable growth agenda, welcoming sustainable and support for business at this time. Whilst attending the Southern Leaders meeting, I spoke and others were supportive of the coterminous geographies question. Now, for some of you at this point, you're yawning and falling asleep, but it's really important. We want health and social care and our local government leadership to be working together across one geography, and that geography is Hertfordshire. It's not Hertfordshire and West Essex. So with greatest respect to West Essex, can you please go back to Essex? Essex would love to have West Essex back, so they can just run Essex as a whole. And I'm hoping that the Secretary of State, Javed, will make the decision in our favour. At the Southern Leaders, I did raise this issue in front of the Director General, Michelle Tyson, to Sajid Javid, and she did seem very receptive to both mine and the follow-up endorsement by a number of leaders across the region. There was very little pushback either against the integrated care system which Health have proposed, which we've been part of for the last 4 or 5 years. And I think she found that refreshing. I'm pleased that the progress to pull together our approach to flooding and drainage with a multi-million package of action over the next 4 years, and on infrastructure where there may be a few cost overruns, but I'm pleased at the significant progress towards completing the new river crossing, the A602 improvements. It's all Stevenage, Sharon. What is it? You just attract investment and funding and people do things for you. And the Little Haddon bypass on the A120. Some of these, more than £100 million, incredible feats of engineering through horrendous weather and COVID. I wish those projects well on their way to completion. And for Little Haddon in particular, some of the diversionary ponds and reservoirs, stream moving, river moving, quite incredible. I would like to bring the details of those to Council at another time. And just to mention again, just to re-emphasise, thank you Council for your support for the COVID recovery programme. I really think our school children, our families will welcome the support that you have given this morning. And I think that is work well worth progressing and expediting as we have done so. And so with that, Chairman, I move my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Roberts. And now I'd like to just invite the Council to...
Can I just say on a point of order, it does say a short statement, that was 4.5 minutes. Members of the opposition are only allowed 1 minute for a question to the leader and only 1. And I don't think that's rather pushing it to have a statement nearly 5 minutes long.
Sorry,
this is really a breach of what we've normally had in the practice in the past.
Councillor Jasmine, may I just ask which standing order that is based on? Okay, thank you very much. I've made mine, thank you. Right, okay, so may I please invite Council to receive the report and note the forward plan, please, by show of hands. Thank you very much, everybody. Right, now we're going to go on to motions arising from the executive report. That's on item 6B. So there will be a 2-hour period for debate on the motions. If we get close to the 2-hour limit, I'll explain how the motion, which is then under debate, or any that have not been moved, will be dealt with. In the meantime, in relation to the motions below, the 2-hour period will start to run as soon as I invite the Liberal Democrat group to move the motion at 6B1. Clearly, 2 hours will go into lunch, so I'm assuming we'd quite like to break around the 1 o'clock-ish. Does that sound about right, everyone? Yeah, okay. So we will be alert, it will only be about 1:05. We'll probably go for an hour now. Would that be all right, everybody? Everyone happy with that?
May I suggest, Madam Chair, it's more logical to break perhaps after the first motion before we get into the next two, because you have an amendment on both the next 2 motions, rather than break in the middle of a debate.
You're so wise. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Councillor Jasmine. That is pretty obvious, and I didn't think about that, so thank you. I probably would as we went along, but there we are. So the first one, 6B1, I'm going to invite Councillor Watkin to move the motion, and you have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Chairman, fellow councillors, £31. £31 is all that we're asking for each child who's facing the greatest hardship COVID can create to have a proper diet through the summer holidays by receiving the same level of funding as they received throughout this year. It's as simple as that. This council has just agreed its COVID support strategy. It's a statement of recognition of what we all know must be done to start to return to something approaching normality. I applaud the council for all that it has done to date. Operation Shield was an outstanding exercise in bringing together the community as a whole to support those in greatest need. I applaud the aspiration of what our council COVID-19 strategy sets out to do, with its aims to enable our communities to recover from the impacts of the pandemic. Most of all, I applaud the fact that the council has looked at the challenges it has to face and has decided that the £7.5 million the government has made available is insufficient and will fund an additional £2.1 million. Good on you. We heard in the recovery debate how this authority is prioritising poverty reduction in the first phase of economic recovery. The shame is that one group has been left out, the 34,400 children on free school meals. It's as if there are two fault lines running through this council. The first, the brave approach, which I applaud, is that we must face the challenge of COVID whatever it takes. If the government funds are insufficient, then we will make up the difference. The other, I call it the timid approach, is that we can only use what the government has allocated approach, even if we know it's inadequate, even though it's for supporting the most vulnerable in our community. We would rather wring our hands and say that's all we can do when we know it's wrong. It's as if Marcus Rashford's words to all of us about hungry children in poverty, and which stimulated this authority to fund the programme earlier in the year, had been forgotten, or worse, never said. This is our chance to change that. Hertfordshire children in poverty, who, as another motion today points out, have increased by 17% in the last 5 years. We now have 34,400 eligible for school meals, 34,400 who are discovering that for this summer holiday, the time when they need it most, they will have to forsake £31 of the money they would normally receive through the school term to fund the food they need. Those children, who we recognise in so many of our policies, rightly need our help for safer homes, better education, greater opportunity. These same children should not now be denied a proper diet through these coming weeks. We all can correct this. For just over £1 million, we can make up this difference. In effect, all this motion is asking is that the council draws on its reserves, increases its COVID support investment to 3.1 million, and in so doing, ensure that we tell those children and the young people in our community who suffer the greatest need and hardship, we understand. We understand the challenges you face. We care about you. We will make sure that you are properly fed. Please support this motion.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Watkin. Thank you. And I'm going to invite Councillor Symington to second. You can reserve your right to speak. And when you do, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I second the motion and reserve my rights.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to invite debate, and to start with, I'm going to invite the lead speaker for the Conservative group on this, who is Councillor Doris, please.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chairman. We've heard very much in recent weeks about recovery both nationally and locally, and to some extent we need to return to the pattern of life that existed prior to this dreadful virus. We know the devastating impact that it has had and the terrible loss of life about which we all grieve. The government said at the outset that it would do what it takes to get us through the pandemic. And whilst this may be argued that some things may never be the same again, we do have to look back at the circumstances that pre-existed pre-COVID. Of course there was free school meals in those days, but I actually don't recall ever hearing a request for free school meals during the school holidays. But I readily accept that families who have suffered as a result of COVID need support. That is why the Conservative government winter support grant using that, we were able to provide every eligible child with a £3 food voucher Monday to Friday during the Christmas holidays and the February half term. That is why Hertfordshire administration pledged before we knew of the grant and delivered free school meals over Easter and Whitsun half-term holidays for using the first run of COVID support grant. Yes, we did. That is why Teresa Heritage will be able to talk about the Happy Summer programme. The opposition cry for a £3 voucher for every weekday during the summer holidays, yet conveniently forget the fact that children will be fed anyway during the Happy scheme and also through the Fit, Fed and Read scheme. No doubt, if we were to have given £81 as the opposition seems to suggest to cover every day for every eligible child, somebody over there would have complained that they were getting double funding. You do the maths. Let me be very clear. We've used the £2.3 million to provide the best possible outcomes for all our eligible children, our vulnerable families and our adults. The food voucher comes with a price tag of £1.72 million for the summer holiday, and within the grant there are stipulations to support families, to support adults as well, and also to make sure that it is spent by the 30th of September. I actually believe that our actions are fair and equitable to the widest range of children and families, and as such I cannot support the opposition motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duras. And may I now invite the new speaker from the Labour Group, who is Councillor Bell. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I rise to support this motion to increase the value of the £50 voucher to the equivalent level of £81, taking into account the previous level of funding. It's actually a perfect example why we proposed as a Labour Group our motion on tackling child poverty in Hertfordshire by the setting up of a county-wide audit commission to measure all the data and figures that could effectively help this council as the lead for the districts to, yes, effectively level up our most vulnerable families and even those in the just managing groups to do all we can to eradicate child poverty in Hertfordshire. So on the question of this £50 voucher, why shouldn't a county like ours, with its economic resources, compared to many other councils across the country, not use our resources to make up the equivalent to add to the government allocation? It should not be beyond the thinking of both of the portfolio holders here to work with our finance officers to release the extra funding to make up the gap in the summer holiday period. When this county has had to come up with innovative ideas to combat serious issues, and often where underfunding from government has led to potential cuts and service reductions, it has led to even recent Conservative administrations here releasing the much needed resources. So with a new council leader and a new page for him to start off on, increasing the voucher funding for our most vulnerable children and families would be an ideal start, and we as a Labour Group would warmly welcome that as we do this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bell. And may I now invite the lead speaker from the Independent Green Group, Councillor Madden, please.
Thank you. I also rise to support this motion. I think to say that we can go back to how it was before is not really what we should be doing. We've learnt so much through COVID. So to say that we didn't give out free school meals during holidays beforehand doesn't mean we shouldn't look at doing it now. I don't think this is anything to do with COVID. This is to do with families in poverty, and perhaps the free school meals that were, that should have been provided now through the holidays should always be provided in the future. So I do support the motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madden. And now I'm going to open the floor to other speakers who will have 3 minutes to speak. And I'll start off with Councillor Mitchell, please.
Thank you very much. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I am. As a previous beneficiary of free school meals, I think that, during those times, school meals have helped me to go get through school and get to a position where I can speak to you today in this position, and they're a very good thing. But during those times, we didn't have vouchers for summer holidays, and I think the idea of a £50 voucher is actually quite generous, and I think that I think it's right that we need to start to get back towards a sort of a normality as best we can. So whilst I think the £50 voucher is a nice gesture, I think that's good enough actually, and I think, as I say, someone who's benefited from this before, I would just say that's good enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mitchell. Thank you. Do I have, yes, Councillor Barkwas?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I also wasn't expecting to be speaking on this motion, but actually the previous member has inspired me to rise. So I was also formerly a recipient of free school meals, and as the member notes, these vouchers didn't exist at the time. Prior to being elected a county councillor, I spearheaded the Hertfordshire Against Holiday Hunger campaign. And I did that because, quite frankly, I was so upset by what the government failed to do. And there's been a massive loss of income for families as a result of the pandemic. It's not good enough to go back to business as usual. And I find comments like a nice gesture and good enough, quite frankly, quite insulting. I'm sorry, Madam Chairman, but an unprecedented crisis calls for unprecedented measures, and we need to do this. We need to use the resources we are given to give everybody opportunities. I don't see why we can't do this out of our own resource. So, as I say, free school meals were a lifeline for me and my family growing up, and I really hope that members support this motion on the basis that we have a duty of care to these children. And I also want to point out to the executive member, with the greatest respect, it was the businesses and families and mutual aid groups and groups like mine in this county that actually were spearheading this. Hertfordshire County Council did not lead. I petitioned this council, it did not lead, we followed, and I want us to lead now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barkwas. Now, I apologise, Councillor Jarvis and Councillor Billing, it looked like a dead heat down there. I'm not sure who put their hand up first.
Oh, he did, I'm sure.
Councillor Jarvis, in, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to reassure Terry Duras, it's in a bit bothered that if the administration were to agree to provide the £81 for free school meals over the summer holidays, that the opposition would then accuse them of spending too much money on stopping children from becoming hungry. And I can assure him that we're not going to do that. Well, I think the Labour Group aren't going to do it. We're not going to do that.
No, we're not.
We're not here suggesting that the administration is in danger of spending too much money on dealing with child hunger. What we're trying to do is ensure that across the summer holidays, the level of support continues at the same pretty low level that has happened in the previous holidays this year. We're not suggesting that we should have an objective to return to normality where we provide food for children whose parents are unable to provide during term time and ignore what happens during the school holidays. We're not suggesting going back to that. We're not suggesting that the administration is in danger of spending too much money on this. So I wouldn't want Terry Duras to be bothered about that, that should this by some coincidence be passed, that we shall then be all over the media saying the administration are spending too much money on feeding hungry children. Because I can promise him we're not going to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Jarvis. Councillor Billing, please.
Thank you, Chair. I also wasn't going to speak on this debate, but I'm doing so because I'm also worried about Terry Duras. And he seems to be angry. I don't really understand that, because one of the issues about living through this dreadful last year and a half is that we've learnt some rather positive things. We've learnt, for instance, to use Zoom that I'd never heard of. So we've learned that we don't have to be constantly travelling in our cars backwards and forwards until the government tells us we have to for meetings like this. But there are plenty of other meetings we don't have to be. We've also learned, although for goodness sake why some people didn't realise this, I don't know, that hungry children are hungry through the holidays as well as in term time.
Yeah, exactly.
And the fact that we never considered that before or made provision for it before should be something of shame rather than something to go back to when we're supposed to be building back better, whatever that means, but people keep saying it, so I assume it means something. I'm going to refer later to my great support for Bob Deering's phrase earlier, that people who need help now need help now. And that's exactly the situation you're in about school meal provision and its need in the holidays. And I was going to support this motion anyway, but frankly, and I'm trying to control my anger now, seeing Terry Douris pointing his finger and saying children will be fed, what a disgraceful way to talk about children.
Yeah.
Dogs will be fed, hamsters will be fed, children hopefully will be provided with nutritious meals as part of their entitlement to a decent life. Thank you.
Well said.
Thank you, Councillor Billing. Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I move to speak on this because the division that I represent is one of the most deprived areas in the county. 1 in 3 children in my division live in poverty. And we heard Councillor Deering earlier talking about how successful this county council is at managing its finances. What greater priority could there be for this council's finances than feeding the hungry children in my division and in other divisions across the county? And we have an equalities and diversity strategy. If there's no more fundamental way of achieving equality and diversity, it's in the levelling up of making sure that children do not go hungry in our wealthy county. I think it's absolutely fundamental to what we are all responsible for here. Back in the October half-term last year, when the government were refusing, as they did for some considerable time before a 22-year-old footballer shamed them into doing something about it, we decided as a borough council here that we had to do it if the government and the county council wouldn't. Over that October half-term, we delivered 600 food packages to families in Stevenage whose children would have received free school meals, and some who may have been struggling anyway through that half-term. We did that through our play service. Now, our play service, which is called a play service but is actually a support service for families often, also provides, in normal times, not in COVID times, but in normal times, does make provision for children at lunchtime. If they're not supposed to stay there at lunchtime, they often do because they haven't got any meal to go home to at lunchtime. So that service does provide and feed those children. And we continued to do that through the October half-term until eventually the government were forced into a rethink by Marcus Rashford, and this county council did its part in providing the vouchers for our families. If we've got the money in Hertfordshire to do this, and we have, we should do it. It is a fundamental duty of ours to feed those hungry children during the school holidays. And like Judy said, we may not have realised how big an issue this was before, but if we know it now, we shouldn't ignore it and turn our back on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Yes, Councillor Heritage, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Turn this way. We are not ignoring the need of children in Hertfordshire. Please can I assure Council of that. And just to put something right, I think Councillor Douris was referring to different programmes going on in the county at the moment where some children may be seen to be receiving more than others of free school meals, and it's just depending if their parents actually apply for the play scheme. And I think that's the inequalities he was referring to. But can I just say, we all know that we have to provide with the money that we have. We are doing the £50 voucher, and also throughout the county there are other schemes going on, so children are not being left out. So the additional funding, for instance, through the Hertfordshire Holiday Activity Programme, there's 1.7 million being spent there on children for healthy food and activities. As Councillor Duras mentioned, there's the Fit, Fed and Red scheme. That would be mostly young people who fall under the category of free school meals. There's a Fire Cadets Life project. There's the Henry Online Healthy Families programme, where there's food involved. There's Building Better Opportunities for Residents programme. There's quite a lot of programmes, and Sharon mentioned the programme they have in Stevenage. This is not just about the county council, it's about all of us working together. And actually, I'd quite like us to see us all pooling, because I get a bit worried about the administration that goes on between each piece of funding that comes into the county, and that is something that I'd like to work on going forward. But we also remember that government money has come in for educational catch-up during holidays and getting children back on track. We have the recovery strategy and building life chances strand. The money here has a great impact if deployed via the programme, so extending funding out to families with under 5-year-olds and adults in crisis, and that helps children as well. So there is money circulating within the county. It's going to different places, and I can assure you that no child in this county will go hungry. And I think that's the fundamental thing we've got to remember. We have a helpline, Hearts Help, if any family feels it's in need, and not just free school meals, this is any family. So I think it's important here to remember there are other families in need. So I hear what you're saying. I have sympathy with what you're saying, but sometimes we just have to say, this is what we can do for now, and going forward, as I previously said in my children's
Red light.
forum, that we will continue looking at poverty.
Red light.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Brass. I think I can ask Councillor Heritage to wind up. I think
It's
that's
very difficult, colleagues, to talk to you so you can hear me and keep an eye on the red light.
Thank
so
you.
I don't need to be shouted at.
Agreed on.
Sorry, Councillor Roberts.
Chairman, there can only be one chairman of this meeting.
Yes, thank you.
I sit down and I let it go in the
Thank you. So, yes, so, sorry, may I say from now, any comments please come through me and then I will sort it out. Thank you very much. It's difficult to me to see everything as well. So, thank you very much for that. Do we have any other speakers, please? Yes, we have Councillor Deering, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I thought you were looking straight over the top of my head there.
I can see you both. Yeah.
Just since I've been mentioned in dispatches, I'm standing up just to say that it's just a few moments ago that we proposed and this council agreed a 9.6 million COVID recovery fund should be spent within the next 2 years. That 9.6 million pounds includes 3 million for children's services, and it includes, as Teresa Heritage has just said, 2.2 million pounds into building life chances. I might also say, just to remind those of you, that when the IP was discussed, back in the time when the IP was discussed, the proposal from the Lib Dem group was to take 3.3 or was it 3.5 million out of the money heading for COVID recovery and put it elsewhere. So even the Lib Dems know that it's a question of resourcing and it's a question of arriving at the end objective. We have just this morning agreed on a 9.6 million COVID recovery fund, unanimously agreed to be spent in the next 2 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Deering. And I have Councillor Buckmaster next, please. I was looking over your head.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Bob has just said the same thing that I was just going to say. But again, just to summarise, that both Nigel and Sharon mentioned earlier that we have the resources compared to other councils. That is because we are a well-managed council. Yeah. So let's not forget that. And we've heard several times already, so I'll be pretty brief, that there are additional resources and schemes available to families during the school holidays. And again, we are all caring members here. We've heard many of us who have said that they had free school meals. I can add to that, even somebody of my age, I had free school uniform, free school meals. We do understand what it's like to live in deprived areas. So please accept what we're doing is for the best for all of the children across the county. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Buckminster, Councillor Westmoreland. Ron Tyndall, yes, please.
I won't repeat, I wasn't going to speak, but I just after Bob actually got up and spoke. What are we arguing for? There's money in the recovery fund and we can't afford the extra few bob for starving children. I do not, and to Jerry, I do not want to return to a world where the poor have to return to being poor. We need to do better, and so therefore I support this motion completely.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Councillor Tyndall. Sorry, we have... Oh, Councillor Campbell, hello.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As a new member, I can already see that I am going to have to work very hard over the next few years to control my anger when I'm in this chamber, when I see and hear the hypocrisy coming from over there. Personally, I won't be partaking of it myself, but we're about to go out there and have a free buffet.
Oh my God.
Exactly. Yeah.
Enough said. Thank
Let
you.
them abstain.
Councillor Brass, anything you're welcome to say through me. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Right, who else would like to speak? Yes, Councillor Giles Medhurst.
I wasn't going to say I wasn't going to speak, but Councillor Deering's actually wrong. There was 5.5 million surplus money collected by this authority, and we suggested using some of that for free school meals. The money council taxpayers had already put into our coffers, and that was what you and your side voted down. So get your facts right.
Yeah.
You have the money now to do this. You could do it if you had the willingness to do it, and if you had the decency to support families in need through the summer holidays, you'd vote for this motion. But you haven't got the guts to do so.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just going to reiterate, please, when the comments come to me, even if, excuse me, Councillor Giles, but the comments come to the Chair, please, even if you need to turn round rather than to directly to a member. Thank you very much. Councillor Hill, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I also wasn't going to speak, but actually I've been driven into it as well by the implications that we don't care about children and would allow them to go hungry, which is certainly not the case. Councillors Douris and Heritage have explained more than once that vouchers are being provided, and there's also other programmes in which will ensure that every child has a meal.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. So, do we have anyone else with their hands up that I can't spot? Sorry, can you help me there? Couldn't see. Is there a hand up here? No, I don't think there is any other hand up. So if there isn't any other hand up, I'm going to go back to Councillor Symington, your reserve right to reply, and you have 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, fellow members. I don't think any of us wanted this to be the sort of debate it's turned into. We are a wealthy council, as has been said a number of times. We have the money. How do we spend it? That's what we're here to debate. The pre-pandemic Marmot Review, which is highlighted in the Council's COVID strategy review, sets 2 ambitions for policymakers. 1, to improve the health for people living in deprived areas, and 2, to reduce socio-economic inequalities in life and health. The follow-up study, Build Back Fairer, built on the earlier conclusions of the Marmot Review. It shows a startling increase. This is due to the pandemic. So since some of your time as having free school meals, those of you who received them, it shows a startling increase in the percentage of families experiencing food poverty since before the pandemic, and the greater impact being felt in black and mixed ethnic families and those with household members with a long-term health condition. If Hertfordshire is to fulfil its promise to be the county of opportunity, then it has to be a priority to eradicate food poverty. This starts with young people for whom daily hunger deprives them of that opportunity. Opportunity to play, opportunity to learn. And the problem spills over to affect the whole family, who have to make impossible decisions and carry the burden both with their physical and mental health. If we are truly to level up and provide opportunity for all, we need to look at health and hunger and reflect on how the 34,400 young people whose £50 voucher has been reduced by nearly 40% will be coping this summer. There is no COVID recovery strategy without looking after the most vulnerable in society. We merely create division and discord. The COVID recovery funds total £11.5 million, of which £9.6 million, as we've already discussed, has been allocated for the COVID recovery strategy. In fact, what hasn't been discussed earlier today is that actually the apportionment of that is that less is being spent in this year and more is being spent in next year. So actually, despite the protestations on your side, the money is not being spent immediately. It could be, and it is there. And I need that to be upfront and clear. So what better and more important cause than to meet the needs of these young people in poverty and hunger by matching the funding for free school meal provision of £81 at the cost of £1.1 million, and providing these young people with the opportunity we promise for so many others living in Hertfordshire.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. You can't see either.
Okay.
I'm afraid that...
I urge
so
you
just
to
finish up the
support the
sentence.
motion.
Thank you very much.
Finished.
Thank
you.
you. We really need a bleeper on it, don't we? I think at Borough we have a bleeper. So I need a sort of twisty head. But thank you so much for that. And then finally to invite Mark Watkin, Councillor Watkin, to exercise your right to reply. And you have 3 minutes, and I'll try and keep an eye on it this time.
Chairman, I will just start by saying the sooner we go back to our chamber, where we have the proper facilities and we can see what we're supposed to be doing, the better. You may think it a disadvantage or not, but I have to say I've missed some of the conversation because this device doesn't pick it up, and I wasn't going to interrupt speakers, but look, it's quite simple. Of course, we are a caring council. No one is going to accuse the administration that they don't care about children. We spoke about Jenny Coles only earlier this afternoon, this morning, I beg your pardon, about what she's done for the children of Hertfordshire. That is not a debatable item. What we're talking about is the reality of poverty and hardship facing families now. And I'm sorry, just go to look at the food bank. Just look at the demands that have been put on there because families are struggling. And that families is children and adults. Now, for £31 per child, we can change those children's lives. We can make sure they are fed appropriately and properly through the summer season. As other members have said, we will not go back. We cannot go back to saying, oh, we'll only feed children properly in the term time. This has to be a direction where society generally recognises that we have a need to ensure that the worst in our society are protected and given the opportunity. I beg you to change your position on this, Terry, or both Terrys. I don't suppose you will, but it would be a marvellous gesture from this authority to say to its community, say to its children in hardship, we understand, we support you, we will give you that money.
Thank you very much, Councillor Watkin. Right, so now I'm going to move to the vote, please. And may I have a show of hands of those in favour of the motion, please?
Enjoy your free lunch, guys.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Sorry.
She saying it like it is.
Absolutely.
And may I have a show of hands for those against, please?
Really? Come on. Shame on you.
Enjoy your lunch.
Yeah. Look at yourselves in the mirror.
Excuse me, Councillor Williams, thank you. And anyone, please, abstaining? No, I'm going to ask for that.
I didn't catch I didn't get the last.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I was still
For
counting.
those, I'm so sorry, I was too quick. For those against again, please.
Still.
You must be so proud.
Excuse me, Councillor Williams.
I'm
Would you-
sorry, but come on.
Please, we had an opportunity to speak. So, please may we have the figures, please.
For the motion, 29, against 41.
29 for and 41 against. So thank you. That is a defeated motion.
Madam Chairman, can
Yes.
you recall the Liberal Democrat group having voted in favour of the motion, please?
Indeed, yeah, that could be recorded. Thank you. There's no problem with that whatsoever.
On the
Councillor Duras.
I'm very sorry, Madam Chairman. I believe I heard a word said by a member which is not appropriate for this council. I'm happy to be disabused of that fact, but if the word that I believe was used, then I think that we should actually ask that member to consider what position, or you may want to consider what position you want to take about it.
Thank you very much. Can I just confer for a moment, please? Okay, members, sorry, I've just conferred, and actually there was an inappropriate word spoken. The person who spoke it is not in the chamber at the moment. I'd just like to just put out a warning, please, and please ask that words like that aren't used in the chamber, if I may. So thank you for that. And we would break for lunch. Now, how do you all feel? Do you think you'd like to come back in 45 minutes, or would you like the complete hour? No. Half an hour? Do you think, will you all get through the buffet in half an hour? Okay, well let's aim to try and get back by 1:15. If we don't make it, then at least we've got that time in hand. So thank you very much, everyone. We'll see you after lunch.
diabetic. Is it safe for me to stay? I don't know whether it is. I'd rather doubt it. So can we have further clarification as to what that advice actually means?
Councillor Bardwas?
Apologies, just for absolute clarity,
Yes.
does this have implications for members post-meeting?
No, is the answer
Okay,
I have.
thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Right. Okay.
Couldn't hear.
Excuse me, Chairman.
So, sorry, Councillor Bart, what? Yes, Councillor.
Could I, through you, Chair, ask everyone to speak up? It's extremely difficult, and I'd love to have heard what the councillor said, and I know that you could. But if you know, it would be very helpful for us all to have heard.
Of course, and perhaps I shall repeat. If it's a bit quiet, perhaps I shall repeat. And yes, so Councillor Bartwas was just saying, will there be any implications for other members after this meeting? And the answer from the Director of Public Health is no, there won't be. So, if that's okay. Yes, good. Right, so, would you like to do item 6B2? Yes. So I go back to Councillor Bartwas, please, to move the Labour motion, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I do so move this motion. So before I start, I'd like to thank and make sure it's noted that my colleague Asif Khan put a lot of work into this motion so we can be here today. The Labour Group is proposing that this motion on school uniforms. So as you know, thousands of parents and children across Hertfordshire are being contacted by their new schools regarding the start of term in September. And this is something, again, I've shared a lot in this chamber today, that is very close to my heart due to recent experience. So the cost of all of these things that you need for school uniform, school equipment, is now over £350, which is obviously significant. So as I touched on, and this motion notes, this is particularly true for secondary schools. So an example of this, when I was at secondary school quite recently, it was £26 for a skirt, upwards, and the design changed twice, and we had to then purchase new skirts, but I'll come on to that in a minute. So, as I've also already touched on, poverty is something in Hertfordshire that a lot of people are struggling with, and that was prior to the pandemic. What our motion notes is that the council is deeply concerned by the increasing financial pressure on parents, which is owing to COVID, precarious work, furlough scheme, reduction in tax credits, but also the impact due to cuts on school budgets from the government. So obviously generic school uniform is much less expensive than branded uniforms with school logos and house colours, which enable the price to be ranked up. And the motion also notes that there's no competition which within this market, which means that the price can be changed, and it is. We're calling on the council to, in order to serve to the best of our ability all of our communities as we seek to do, that the council acts by writing to head teachers in Hertfordshire, asking them to urgently review these policies. As I mentioned, the fact that these are changed quite often, but also to allow the wearing of generic uniforms. Now, the other thing that this motion looks at is the impact of the government's actions, specifically on this county. So, I believe that schools should be forced to use school uniforms as a source of raising funding. So we're calling on the County Council to reintroduce school uniform grants for families that are struggling, and to call on the government to recognise this and also reverse the cuts to school budgets. What I want to say, you will have all seen the motion, is that I truly believe this is an opportunity for Hertfordshire County Council to lead. So I'd ask members to support this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bartwas. Now may I invite Councillor Billing, please, to second, you can reserve your right, and when you do speak, you have 3 minutes.
Could I just get some procedural advice, because the drama of the last half hour has thrown all process out of my head. If I make my seconding speech now, what then happens when the amendment comes forward? Or if I reserve my right now, can I include my comments on the amendment in my seconding speech? I simply can't remember.
Yes. I will just check that, please.
So, you have the right to, you can reserve your right to your speech now, and then make your speech at a later point in the debate.
But would I also be allowed to speak on the amendment?
No.
Once, Julie.
You only speak once.
In which case I jolly well better second but reserve my right.
You're a smart girl.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to invite Councillor Doris, please, to move the Conservative amendment as the lead speaker for the Conservative group. And you have 5 minutes. We've moved the traffic lights so I can see them now, so cannot go over. Thank you.
I don't think I will go over. And in point of fact, I have a great deal of sympathy with the motion that is before you. Having said that, the reason for proposing the amendment is to really try and consider the people rather than, if you like, the politics of it. And that may be a difficult thing to take out, but you'll see in my proposed amendment I have sought to do that. I also need to just make it very clear regarding the Act, and I think there's a little bit of confusion in the motion as originally presented, because it makes reference to statutory guidance. Now I've looked, and I may have missed it, I hope I haven't, but so far as I'm aware, the Act that was passed on the 26th, 27th of April made it very clear that the government would bring forward, or was directed to bring forward, and it will do later on this autumn, statutory guidance for schools to undertake the provision of school uniforms and how they should actually go about that provision. The guidance that exists at the present time is the guidance that came into force in 2013, and I think that there is a wee bit of confusion in the original motion, which is why I have sought to correct that in the amendment. And on that basis, it is only the first part of the cycle in the first part of the cycle, and it has to be said that it's to the credit of the Conservative government that they have supported the Act through its parliamentary journey, and it equally has to be said that this bill was originally presented by opposition members in the House of Parliament, and all credit to them for doing so. The department, as I say, will publish statutory guidance in the autumn, and it will focus on ensuring costs are reasonable for families of all backgrounds and giving parents the best value for money. It will also advise schools, I believe, to make sure that when they take up contracts with uniform suppliers, that they are competitive. And hearing what Tina has said, for £26 for a skirt seems absolutely outrageous to me, because I know that you can go and buy a black skirt. Not that I have in anybody. Sorry, I didn't mean to point a finger. You can go and buy a skirt in Marks and Spencer's for, I think it's about £12. You can probably get it in other shops for less than that, perhaps. But it will also advise schools to make sure that they take up contracts with uniform suppliers, that they're also competitive and that they're transparent. And it's important to encourage, which is in my amendment, that we push the Secretary of State to push on with that statutory guidance. It is interesting that from the research that I've done, there's a level of disparity between schools in their pricing of the same items from the same supplier. For example, a sweatshirt in one school will cost you £9.99. The sweatshirt for a different school, but from the same supplier, will cost you £10.99. And I do believe that there is probably, although I can't be sure of this, there is an element of arrangement between schools and suppliers what they will charge the parents ultimately. And that to me doesn't actually seem fair. I appreciate that the initial cost of uniforms can be expensive, but children grow rapidly and many schools operate a reuse service for some items that are fit for further use. Further, there's no reason why schools should insist on every item being embroidered with the school crest, especially for in-school events. I'm very clear that on the website the County Council does not fund school uniforms. However, it does point to the fact that some schools will provide facilities to support parents. I want now to turn to the finances very briefly. We previously referred to the COVID support grant, and there is £445,000 to support adults and a further £194,850 to support families. And I would suggest, if I may, that some of this might be used to assist with the purchase of school uniforms. All of this comes within the wider context of the huge support that the government has provided, and as we previously talked earlier on today.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor. Thank you very much. Just nearly got there.
Nearly.
There we are. May I invite Councillor Hill to second, please? You have a reserved right to speak, and when you do, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to second the amendment and reserve my right.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. So I'm going to invite debate, and first of all, I'd like to invite the lead speaker for the Liberal Democrat group on this subject, and that is Councillor Bedford, please.
Thank you. Chairman, could you just confirm how much time I have?
So you have 5 minutes.
You should be a game show host. Well done. Thank you, Chairman. Firstly, I'd like to thank Councillor Bartwas as the mover of this motion for bringing it forward to Council today. It's a very important subject. I'm fortunate. I've never had to worry about serving my family healthy, tasty and affordable to me food. I've also never had to worry about the cost of school uniform, which meant our daughter could attend the school that I, my husband and she chose. In the first budget process that I took part in on this council 8 years ago, I successfully asked my group to put a sum for the provision of school uniform grants into our budget proposals, and it has remained there ever since, unheeded by this administration. I looked yesterday at the cost of uniforms at Parmenter School in my division. I believe still the most oversubscribed school in Hertfordshire. The cost of the PE kit alone, without trainers or football boots, and we know how much they can be, is nearly £200. Add on to that the cost of the required uniform, where girls' blouses cost £30 for 2, they have to be specified blouses, and you are looking at £500 for a Year 7 child. As many of you know, Parmenters is highly selective, and parents are rightfully proud if their child goes to a selected place there. That pride should not be dampened or diluted by money worries. And so I commend and strongly support this motion. I am, however, disappointed by the proposed amendment. It rips the guts out of the motion and gives nothing back. That is, of course, exactly what the administration intended. I was going to call it sad, but actually it's shameful. For starters, the council won't be acting, but will request. It's a bit weak. In the line the council is deeply concerned by the increasing financial pressure on parents, the administration once again goes into adverb war, with their amendment deleting the word deeply. How concerned do the Conservatives think we should be on this council? Slightly concerned, maybe, or not very concerned at all, but they feel embarrassed that deleting the line itself would look bad. I think it's a real slap in the face for Hertfordshire struggling families and for the teachers, pupils and parents who see the schools without sufficient funding to do what is needed, that the administration do not believe that schools should be properly funded by central government and should continue to use school uniforms to raise much needed funds, whatever Councillor Dewis has just said. Finally, I have to compare this motion to the one which came before on feeding families in the school holidays. Apparently, we don't have the money to make sure our most vulnerable children from our poorest families will be well nourished during the holidays. Having celebrated the England football team in the very first motion today,
Some of us have forgotten that Marcus Rashford's mother had to send him as a 12-year-old to live in Manchester United's own accommodation to assure him he was properly fed, and that parents of other squad members worked more than one job to put food on the table and boots on the feet. And yet, having voted against the last motion, the administration tells us it has a nebulous amount, some of which could, repeat could, unspecified, be used to buy uniforms. Now, I hope that this council will seek to both feed our vulnerable children properly and ensure they can wear the required uniform without their parents or carers going into debt. But it should not be either or. And certainly if there is cash available, for all my desire to see school uniform grants sustained over many years, the funding should first be used to ensure the children on free school meals do not go hungry during the holidays. It should be bellies and blazers, but it shouldn't be blazers rather than bellies. The Liberal Democrats will be supporting the Labour motion wholeheartedly and opposing the Conservatives' mean and mealy-mouthed amendment. And if the administration's members are cold-hearted enough to pass the amendment and wreck the motion, we will vote against the amended motion too. No child left behind isn't just a slogan, and nor does it apply to just to education. It applies to their health and their well-being too. We must support Hertfordshire's children as we want to do for our own offspring. Who would want to see their own child malnourished, hungry, or without the uniform required to go to the school of their choice? Please support this motion, reject the amendment, and speak up for families who do not have a platform to speak up for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bedford. Perfect timing as well. So, and may I next please invite the lead speaker? No, I think Councillor Madden, I think, is gone. So we won't be hearing from the Independent Green group. So now we'll move on to all other speakers who have 3 minutes. So do I have anybody who would like to speak on this, please? Yes, Councillor England, is that right?
No, Councillor Lloyd.
Oh, beg your pardon, I couldn't see you behind that.
No problem. I wasn't planning to speak. There's one line in the motion of the amendment that I could support, where you say the executive member rather than the portfolio holder, so I'm sure that the mover would accept that. But I am absolutely shocked that you say you want to delete and be made aware that we believe schools should be properly funded. I would have thought that all of us in this chamber should believe that schools should be properly funded. So I think that the movers of the amendment should amend their own amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Well said.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lloyd. Chris, I know you very well. I can see your face. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, who else anyone else would like to speak? Yes, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me a bit better than before lunch?
No.
No. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Any better?
Oh, yes.
Cool. Right. Fantastic. I should have had that earlier, and you could have had my bon mot in the morning.
Sorry, Councillor Roberts, you can look at me now because you see it's there. So here we are. Here we are.
It's a pleasure, Madam Chairman. I'm now going to move on.
Stop digging.
I rise because I think there is actually, despite some of Sarah's words, there is actually a lot of goodwill around this. The Schools Minister, Nick Gibb, said school uniforms are important in establishing the right ethos in a school. They also help to improve behaviour and sense of belonging and identity. The new law will help to save families money, ensure the cost of blazer shirt is never a barrier to accessing the best possible education. That's from the Schools Minister. Matt Easter, co-chair of the Schoolwear Association. As the leading schoolwear industry body, we welcome the bill and it will provide for schools looking for further guidance on school uniforms. Mark Russell, Chief Executive of the Children's Society. We are thrilled this new law has passed, and we thank Nick Gibb and the Department of Education for their support. This legislation will be vital in ensuring that school uniforms become affordable for families. So there does not seem to be any disagreement among industry bodies, those representing children, or in fact the Minister. And I think our amendment, I appreciate there may be nuances and subtleties and slight differences, but the only thing I was hoping was that Sarah Bedford would actually mention more and more schools, because they will all no longer be voting for Liberal Democrat, I assume. But apart from that, apart from just mentioning Palmer's, I was disappointed there weren't more schools mentioned. But other than that, I think we are as one to support the advice that guidance comes out, and that therefore schools will be able to act upon it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hiscox, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just was one of those girls that had the blazer bought in Year 7, and it was still not fitting me by the sixth form, by when we didn't need it anymore. So, and that I'm sure was because of cost, although I wasn't privy to why. And the cost of uniforms is prohibitive. My children just went to state schools, but I can remember it wasn't just the uniform, it was the hockey gear, it was the art gear, it was the football boots, and all the add-ons made for a lot of money. I do support this amendment, and that is because this government is actually making the effort for everybody, for all children, not just the children in Hertfordshire, for all of them to be able to buy uniforms that will cost less probably, or I'm hoping, like they do for primary school, from Tesco's and Morrison's and all those supermarkets. I do believe though that schools should have identity, so I think it's also important that there is a badge bought from the school which can be ironed on or sewn on or whatever, so there is still, you know, the child is proud to go to that school, whichever school it may be. But it's really important that we stop these suppliers making a lot of money at the expense of our parents. So I'm supporting the amendment because I think it's important that this bill has gone through and we have the, it goes out to every child in the whole country to be able to buy a uniform that is affordable and they feel proud in, and also it's not 5 sizes too big. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hiscox. Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I'm going to speak against the amendment and in favour of our motion. Back in 1967, when I started senior school, I went to the girls' grammar school here in Stevenage and was delighted to have got to grammar school because it was supposed to be quite a big thing in those days. And then the uniform list arrived. And we had to get our uniform back in those days from Graham Garden of Leicester, which was a company that supplied all the school uniform for the girls' grammar school. And it had to be the whole school uniform, a winter uniform, a summer uniform, a blazer, a set of very complicated PE kit, a straw boater for the summer, a beret for the winter, blah-de-blah-de-blah. There was loads and loads of it. And my mum said, sorry, Sharon, you're not having all of that. There was no money to pay for all that stuff. So I skipped through my school years trying to avoid getting detentions for not having the correct uniform, as I expect many people have done throughout their school careers. And, having to hide the fact that I didn't have the beige socks that came from Graham Garden that we were supposed to have. I had white socks from Marks and Spencer's because that's what my parents could afford. Skip forward now, many decades. My grandson starts senior school in September. I had a long conversation with his family. He's facing costs of £30 or £35 for a blazer, any amount of money for a school PE kit. They can now, thank goodness, provide shirts and trousers from Asda or wherever they want to get them from. But the cost is still some £250. That's a huge amount of money for a struggling family in any of our boroughs. So we haven't really moved on much, have we? And I can't understand the purpose of the amendment. I kind of understand the bits that you've crossed out that are criticising the government for funding of education. I think you're wrong, but I understand that. But to criticise the bit that wants to reinstate school uniform grants is nonsense to me. And I hope that those on the other side will see that and support the full motion as it's proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. So we have Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In seconding, I have huge sympathy for the position many families are in, and I believe this amendment addresses the current and very real concerns with regard to a common sense and fair approach to the future policy for school uniforms. There is clearly an inconsistency in schools across the county and indeed the country with regard to uniforms and equipment required by children, and also with the pricing charged by various suppliers. This situation has already been recognised by the Government and County Council, hence why I support the amendment as opposed to the substantive language, because of some of the points that are in there. I believe the amendment is strong, balanced, equitable and puts in place measures to assist with funding. It also places further pressure on the Government to bring clear, sensible regulation to the policies of all schools with regard to the requirement of uniform policies going forward, whilst also recognising the help already in place. I urge the Council to support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. And now I believe, Councillor Billing, you reserved your right to reply. You have.
I can't see you because
No,
of the
I can see you.
of the lights.
Yes.
Sorry, that wasn't a criticism, I just can't.
3 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. I refer you back to Bob Deering's comments earlier about us needing to give help to people who need it now. And that's my main focus of rejection of the amendment before us, which is asking us to have regard for guidance to be published in the autumn. Let's not wait for government, let's take action ourselves for those who need it now. Because whilst many of our children haven't had full years at school for the last 2 academic years, they haven't actually stopped growing and they haven't stopped needing new school uniforms. And what we've got here is not exactly a postcode lottery, but a sort of governing body lottery, if you like, or whoever makes a decision about uniforms. Now, it happens that Sharon Taylor's grandson, who's going to secondary school in September, is, I think, 3 days older than my grandson, who is also going to secondary school in September. And we've been comparing notes about these children for the last 11 years. And it's really interesting looking at the differences in what's expected. So I also asked the question this morning of my daughter, how much is she shelling out? And you don't just buy a uniform when somebody goes to a new school, of course, because they grow all the time, you have to be doing it all the time. She also mentioned a figure of around £250, but that was because she already had in stock some key items like new trainers. But the difference seems to be that, and I'm going to give a real big shout out here, Mark Watkin might want to declare an interest for the Priory School in Hitchin, where it seems the only statutory item that has to be branded is a school tie, not a blazer. None of this nonsense with logos built onto the pockets and all of that. We have to do something about that. The schools are not all our schools, we know that, and some of us regret it. But they are all our children, and therefore we must urgently speak up for them and their families who have suffered hugely, many of them, through the pandemic, through the COVID months and years now, and need us to be aware and in charge and sympathetic to their needs, not in the autumn when they've all gone back to school and have to have these massively expensive uniforms, but now. And if we can do no more at this moment than show massive solidarity, we do that very much better through the motion that Tina Bartos has proposed than through the watering down amendment, which even in its first mean line says the council therefore is requested. We're not requesting. As a council,
I'm sorry,
we
it's
make
just
policy,
it's just the
and
end.
we tell it what
Thank
to
you.
do. We don't just make a request. I've seen it. Thank you very much, Graham.
Thank you very much, Councillor Billing. Thank you. So I would like to return to Tina Bartwas, who has exercised your right of reply, and you have 3 minutes for this.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to start by saying that I'm really glad to hear that the leader of the council is talking about goodwill. That's really, really important to all of the families and the communities we are here to represent. But I'm afraid I don't agree with the taking politics out of this motion. It's through politics that we're able to be here and exercise the decisions that we do. And for me, really, priorities, and I do believe this is a priority for our residents. I agree with, so one of the things that's been said by members, Madam Chairman, is talking about sewing logos on, which is something that the original motion does talk about. But the amendment, I'm afraid, Madam Chairman, focuses, it's very internal. I feel that it's navel-gazing and lacks. We don't need to be noting, we need to be taking action. And I certainly don't agree that, in particular as well, the line about local charities and how that's been crossed out. My background's in the charity sector, as I appreciate many members here share that. I don't believe that we should have to plug this gap, but I do believe that this council can stand up and lead, and I believe that it's high time we do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barr. So now we are going to vote on the Conservative amendment, please. So would members who are in favour of the Conservative amendment please raise their hands, please. And those against, please. And any abstentions? No abstentions.
24. For the amendment 39, against 24, abstentions 0.
Okay, so we declare that is one. So now we go on to vote on the substantive motion, please. So with those in favour, please show, please raise their arms. On the, is this a vote on the substantive? So those in favour.
People abstaining.
Amended.
Yeah, so it is the amended substance. Yeah.
You are quite right.
Oh, I'm right, so sorry. Oh, you've got me very worried, Councillor Giles Medhurst. Yes. So, right. So, a show of hands for those in favour, please. So,
do keep up.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. You're in favour of the Conservative amendment.
Voted on that already. Which is now the...
No, but we're voting on the... No, so Councillor Giles Medhurst, was I not right in the first place?
You were absolutely right, Madam Chairman.
Right, okay. So we are voting on the substantive motion which was brought by the Labour group as now amended by the Conservatives. So now I'm asking for a show of hands.
In favour.
In favour, please.
Some of them have got it. Well done.
Is that long lunch? Thank you. And then for those against, please. And any abstentions as well?
So the results were 39 for, against, 24, and abstentions none.
Okay, 39, so that's one. Thank you very much. Right, now we're going to go on to item 6B3, the Liberal Democrat motion, and I'm going to invite Councillor Giles Medhurst to move the motion In 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The motion, I think, is actually straightforward. The motion is about electric vehicle charging units. Is equally important with this to ensure levelling up, level playing field, and yes, levelling up. And of course, the last course we approached this, many councils of all colours have in fact done this, not just the Herts matter. However, I have to say the approach from officers, and that seems to be so far the approach of the Conservative administration, is not a good approach. The Conservative amendment makes it now clear that if you're living in a residential street with no off-street parking, and yes, we've got lots of them, over 50% of my division is in that format, and even more in some others, then you have to drive to a car park or a supermarket if you have an EV car. That's the basis of the Conservative amendment. Only a few exceptions will be allowed. Frankly, this approach is discriminatory and against equal opportunity policies, I would contest. And let me take a division, Nigel Bells, West Watford, 6,800 odd homes, only one public car park on the very edge of the division next to playing fields and access of a main principal road. So 90% of the residents in that division are far in excess of the 5-minute suggested walks from the council's proposals. To a suitable location of road charging. Indeed, would a young woman, or in that matter an elderly woman, who has an EV vehicle really want through the night, walk through a night to a car park on their home, where the lights are dimmed or indeed even off? Will we ask for a blue badge holder of electric vehicles to do the similar? Well, I would hope not, but that appears to be the approach. If the council is really serious about meeting the 2030 government target date in terms of EV, then we need far more chargers. And this cavalier approach won't do. Yes, in an ideal world, every EV car can be charged within 30 minutes. But even the government accepts that will not happen in the next 8 years. The capacity on the market just won't be there. So let us look at some real facts, facts not presented to the Cabinet panel. I wonder why. Watford successfully bid for government grant for 15 on-street chargers identifying 15 lamp columns. They initially agreed those lamp column posts with the county council. The provider had the units in stock and the order had to be cancelled because the county council vetoed it, and they're now having to re-provide elsewhere. But let's look at a council that's not run by the Liberal Democrats, Decorum Borough Council. Recently had an EV consultation report presented to it, which highlighted the need for on-street chargers and the ability to have them not just on HCC land. They suggested in that report the need to use HCC lampposts or other charge points on the road. The headline report was, by 2030, Decorum would forecast the need to have 30,000 EV vehicles in the borough, and as a minimum, over a third of those, 21,000 plus, would be reliant on on-street charging points. I.e. there would be too many destination charging points to cope with that. And going by demographic forecasts, Decorum would need approximately 600 to 700 public accessible charge points throughout the borough by 2030. The point also in that report was being made very clearly was if you put charge points in council-owned car parks, this was very centric to town centres and not suitable for the day-to-day needs of the majority of residents. There are similar reports forthcoming from other districts and boroughs across the country. What will be the case in the future? Well, let us see. But actually, let's see what's been happening elsewhere, where there actually has to be an argument made for on-street charging points. And indeed, proactive approaches made. For instance, Brighton Council, 200 lamppost charging points. Yep, I know they're not always going to be suitable in Hertfordshire, suitable in every single street. But actually, there are loads of items of street furniture. Have you not noticed that? There are hundreds and hundreds of bollards, if not thousands. And yes, there are options to use those. 2 years ago, when we were actually able to go to a physical conference, a local government association conference, I think you were there, Richard, at the time. It was that long ago. Myself and Derek Ashley and others were presented by several manufacturers who were showing a different range of street furniture that could be converted into on-road charging points. not just lampposts. So there is the facility out there. The facility does not have
I'm very
training
sorry,
wires.
that's it.
Sorry,
Thank you.
Sorry. I'll cover the rest in my 3 minutes.
Okay,
later on.
yes,
Thank you,
that's
Chair.
lovely. Thank you very much. Now invite Councillor Drakowski, please, to second, and when you do speak, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. So I'm now going to invite Councillor Bibby to move the Conservative amendment, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I were to speak to you personally, I think my back would be to everyone, so would you excuse me if I turn around like that?
Hopefully
everyone can hear me. Firstly, may I remind members of our vision for EV charging infrastructure in Hertfordshire. Residents, businesses and visitors will be confident they can recharge EVs conveniently and in a manner appropriate for their needs. Our EV charging provision will develop to meet the needs of users now and in the future, and in so doing support Hertfordshire's transition to decarbonisation transport and improving air quality through an electric future. The councils will use their best endeavours to enable a geographically and socially inclusive EV charging network which promotes equal access to EV charging for those in rural and remote locations based on available evidence and EV charging needs. County, district, borough and town and parish councils will collaborate to develop a network of EV chargers, ensuring a joined-up approach is taken to get the best possible outcomes for residents and visitors to Hertfordshire. An EV charge point network across Hertfordshire should align with HEC's future of mobility principles and deliver our LTP4 objectives. I know that the industry is promoting on-street parking, as Stephen Giles Meadows alluded to, and some authorities are considering or have introduced schemes, and we are saying that HCC will support these in limited circumstances. However, residents without access to off-street parking are likely to live in roads where there is high competition for parking and may find it difficult to access on-street charge points unless dedicated EV parking bays are implemented through TROs. This would reduce the spaces available to others and would require additional enforcement. At least one local authority is using a gully system to enable residents to trail wires from their houses across pavements. However, this relies on like-minded neighbours cooperating with each other using WhatsApp, for example, to communicate. I'm not sure this will work in many locations, as without permitting, it is not possible to ensure residents can always park outside their homes. Reasons why we are not promoting large-scale rollouts of on-street charging are: we expect a significant increase in rapid charge points located at public and private car parks, as well as traditional filling stations and dedicated charging hubs as demand increases. Improvements in EV chargers will reduce the time for a full charge, and improvements in battery technology will increase the range of an EV. This means that the density of charging points could potentially reduce. With more types of vehicles using them and greater mileage, this will mean more intense use of chargers with impacts on local power supplies. This will be a challenge to UKPN, even more so if they have to improve infrastructure to residential streets. As more off-street charge points become available, there is a risk of on-street charge points becoming commercially unviable or even obsolete, leading to a maintenance liability for the council. And contrary to public opinion, feeding off lampposts is not considered a viable option. A lot of our lampposts on residential streets are away from the road, and therefore you're having to deal with trailing wires or have some gully system to actually accommodate that. Installing EV chargers on the highways is akin to installing a traditional petrol or diesel pump outside residents' homes. So we'd never do that. So, Madam Chair, I cannot support the motion, but would like to propose the amendment as published, which better reflects the realities of what's going to happen.
Thank you, Councillor Bibby. And I'm going to invite Councillor McAndrew to second. You may reserve your right, and when you do speak, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise to second the motion and I reserve my right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I now invite debate, and I begin I'm delighted to invite Councillor Butler, lead speaker for the Labour Group, to speak. And Richard, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've got a choice here. We've got a motion that leads or a motion that plays catch up. I'd happily support the Liberal Democrat motion. It supports our clean air commitment. It would offer flexibility. It'd help climate change goals in every area of Hertfordshire. It would lower costs for users as fuel prices increase. I can only see positives in supporting the motion set out by the Liberal Democrat group. Supporting this motion could have gone, with supporting this motion, it could have gone a little bit further. If I was to criticise anything, it would just be to say that HEC should also support and encourage housing associations throughout the county, where necessary, to introduce electric charging points, as mentioned at one of our meetings prior to this. This is the first step. It's going forward and looking for new technology moving forward for the future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Butler. We don't have an independent or green in the room at the moment, so I now go to all other speakers, and I have seen that Councillor Walkington would like to speak on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ought to declare an interest because I am an electric car driver, and I have been for the last 4 years. And it's a privilege. It is a fantastic technology. It's one that the UK could really lead on and transform its whole car industry. The investment is happening. And yet we look here at Hertfordshire and I'm reminded there was a 19th century academic, Francis Cornford, who wrote about politics. And he said, there's only one reason for doing something, and all the rest are reasons for doing nothing. But, however. And I listened to Councillor Bibby, and it slightly reminds me of the levelling up speeches that we hear from the Prime Minister, which are full of wordy rhetoric, but no hard reality about how we get there. And we really have to actually grip this. The one reason why we have to do this, we have seen in stark example over this last week in Germany and Belgium and Luxembourg. that climate change is happening. And we have got to actually grip this and make sure that Hertfordshire, as Richard Butler just said, should be leading the way in actually having infrastructure for electric cars. And I represent the conservation area of St Albans, where people don't have off-street parking. I'm lucky, I have off-street parking, but most people don't. And the one way they can engage with this technology is by us meeting them halfway, and that means using street furniture to actually provide charging points on street. This motion is simple, and everybody in this chamber ought to support it, and support it unamended. So I oppose the Conservative amendment. I would like to see the original motion passed unchanged. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Walkington. Right, now, do I have any other speakers? I have Councillor Kay, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Technology changes very, very quickly. And a colleague of mine bought an electric car, I think it was 3 years ago, and it had a range of about 80 or 90 miles. The same model a year later came out and it had a range of 150 miles. And I bought that particular model last year, where it has a range of 240 miles. The point being that the technology is changing so quickly that probably in another 3 years, you know, cars will be doing 400, 500 miles just from one charge. I believe it's the Canadians who are working on having the equivalent, if you like, of a petrol pump at a petrol station, where you will plug in your electric car and then 5 minutes later it will be charged. I agree with Councillor Butler's suggestion of housing associations having more charges, and indeed private flats ought to as well. But we have to be mindful of council taxpayers' money when we're actually could be investing in technology that will be out of date within a year or two. Because if you can charge your car in a few years' time, within 5 minutes, some sort of public charger in an equivalent of a petrol station, then to go through using lampposts or other street furniture would make that particular technology redundant. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kay. Councillor Artemi?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make the point, I agree with the debate, I agree with everything I'm hearing today. It's not just about charging points, we've discussed that today about charging points and putting them in the streets, but generation of power is actually the most critical thing we need, because without the power generation, you can put as many points as you like in a street, it does nothing. And so I think one part of the debate here should be about power generation as well. So that's something we haven't debated today, but we should be debating for the future. Because without that discussion going on first and foremost, this debate ultimately is null and void. That's what I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Artemi. And may I have Councillor Ranger, please?
Thank you. We've talked about some of the practical realities and I'm quite confused. If we are proposing that people who... Are we saying that people will be allocated off-street parking spots outside their homes, which will then be regulated by TRO, which then means that some people who don't have electric cars or not upgrading until 2030 would be in a situation where they would maybe have to park miles away, which creates a different kind of inequality and discrimination. It also occurs to me that members in this room, many members who may be in district levels, are working towards local plans and we will be building for the future. So perhaps, in my experience, some of us spend as much time at work as we do at home. It would be prudent to ensure that we have more actual delivery of electric charging points in office spaces and retail spaces and all the rest of it, and a higher rate of passive charging points so that, as Councillor Artemi says, when we get to a stage where we are maybe charging more quicker or able to plug in better, we are doing that with new infrastructure rather than trying to plug 100 cars into a street and blow out somewhere which it may not be suitable to do so. So as members opposite have said, we should be leading, and if we are going to build for tomorrow, then we should be future ready today, and we should start doing that through our local plans as well.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ranger. So I have, now that is Councillor England, have I got that right?
Correct.
The mask comes off.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is Councillor. I want to bring to the debate a contribution from one of my residents. Sue Harris is a resident of my division, and she's the lady who contacted me about the EV points not working in the forum, which I mentioned at the last meeting, or which Steve Giles Medhurst mentioned. She said there needs to be a mix of rapid chargers, 50k watt, plus 7k chargers and lamppost chargers. 50k usually limited to a maximum stage. So ideally these will be at places where you go for a limited period of time. Retail parks, gyms, council buildings, hospitals, in high streets. Often, currently these are petrol stations, and I can tell you as a resident who has to use them, it can be a bit grim to sit there. She says for 40 minutes. I imagine that still applies to 10 minutes. We're all used to filling up our cars in much less than that. One thing she doesn't say, which I just want to bring out, is if you don't have access at home, you have no choice. So she goes on. The 7k watt chargers are good in, for example, convenient car parks, or other places where people can leave them for a few hours. So shopping centres, cinemas, entertainment complexes, retail parks. But it would be helpful if they aren't only in places where you have to pay for parking, so not in multi-storey car parks generally. I think the point that she's making, the point to bring to this meeting, is that this is strategic. Lots of people are using these vehicles right now, and they're struggling with their lifestyle. They're using apps to try and hunt out power that can be found. We've got to move the whole thing on a long way from where it is now. And unfortunately, that's really difficult because the technology is changing. But we have to bite the bullet. Many councils district councils, have declared climate emergency over 2 years ago, and we're still talking about how we get EV sorted. So I think we need to get on with it. And as painful as that is for people who are unsure about making bold decisions, we have to make bold decisions. So I support the unamended motion.
Thank you, Councillor England. So, do I have any other members from the floor that would like to speak? Councillor Ward-Booth?
No, Councillor Cookie.
Oh, sorry. Yes, can't see you. Sorry. Councillor Cocking-Lewis, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I mean, the opposition have alluded to that no one is leading the way with EV charging points in Hertfordshire. And I'd just like to pick up on my points that some of my colleagues have made on this side of the chamber. It's the Conservatives that are leading the way in Hertfordshire on EV charging points. We just have to look at Broxbourne Council. Conservative-run Broxbourne Council has a local plan which starts negotiations for new developments at 100% EV charging points. We are leading the way and we are doing our bit, and it's the Conservatives that are doing that in Hertfordshire.
Thank you, Councillor Cocking. Thank you. So, Councillor Taylor, please.
I'd like to thank other members for the contributions they've made, but I really have to ask whether we should trust what the Conservative Party spokesman say in relation to electric vehicles. The central government has promised that in 9 years' time they will ban the sale of petrol and diesel vehicles, which means everyone who buys a new car will have to buy an electric vehicle of some sort. If they are to charge them effectively, they will need on-street parking, charging, and in my division, as in many others, these are Victorian houses and there's no provision off-street parking and charging. Therefore, we have to do it. Now, I hear many arguments saying the technology may be wrong, things could change. That is a delaying tactic, and I have seen it many times before in the technology environment. The government doesn't want to do something and it will find any excuse not to do it. So I have to ask you, should I believe what I hear today about technology for charging is wrong? Or should we believe what the central government says, that it will abolish the sale of petrol and diesel vehicles in 9 years' time? Or should I ask someone who is not being accurate in what they're saying? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Do I have anyone else who's got their hand up? No, don't worry, I shall come back to you. So, actually go back to Councillor McAndrew first of all, if that's okay. You reserved your right, that's right, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Like Broxbourne Council, East Hearts Council is rolling out EV chargers in the rural community. We've been in contact with all the village halls, all the parish councils, and not only within East Hearts, we're actually rolling it out throughout the county of Hertfordshire. And there's many districts and boroughs coming on board asking what we're doing, how we're doing it, and it's all for the same reason. People in the rural community can't always get to an electric point. As chairman of the Hertfordshire Climate Change Sustainability Partnership, tomorrow we're actually discussing how we can roll out EV charging throughout the county in conjunction with the county and the LEP. So there's a lot going on behind the scenes that I don't think people actually physically know about. And I think what we're doing today, and with modern technology, people's sense changing very quickly, that we are leading the field. Thank you.
Thank you. Lots of points to pick up from today in your meeting tomorrow. Very good, thank you. So now it is Councillor Jakowski. Is that any good? And you have rubbish. I'm sure it's rubbish. You'll have to help me with this one afterwards. There we are. So Paul, yes, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I was really intrigued by the Councillor Sangster reading out the policy on electric vehicles and the support for it, because it sounded like the motion that is about the amendment that was being put forward by the Conservatives actually contradicted it quite significantly, because what your motion, or what your amendment suggests, is that on-street charging would only be supported for limited users in limited circumstances. That hardly seems like the forward-looking and forward-thinking approach that was described in the policy. And it's not the only policy that I think it might conflict with, and I'll come on to that in a second. So I think there's a bit of a disjoint between the policy and the policy wording and the actions of what then gets implemented on the ground. If every lighting column or bollard on a street had a charge point, the competition for space and dedicated parking spaces goes away, doesn't it? You don't need those TPOs if there are sufficient charging points in the street infrastructure. It's as simple as that. And if you're going to put 15 charging points into a particular area, you put them all in the same area, don't you? You don't scatter them across the area. You have them so that everybody on the street can access them. That's the point. Okay? And how do you get there? Well, you get there step by step. Not necessarily all in the same day. Local plans need to deliver on policies. And if HCC policy is that only limited on-street parking will only be allowed in limited circumstances, how are you going to deliver your Broxbourne local plan? Well, the answer is that there's going to be a conflict there, isn't there? And actually what you might find is that the roads, once built in your local plan, won't be adopted because they don't have the appropriate infrastructure for the county council to allow for adoption. So I think that's quite an interesting challenge in its own right. The failure to deliver on street points and street infrastructure, on-street charging, might actually conflict with our climate change policy as well. It excludes a significant proportion of the population from a key change in their carbon footprint, a key way to change their carbon footprint. So pushing those who do not have private drives to get one actually also means a potential impact on our wider environment. My own situation is a rather interesting one. I live in a mid-terraced house. I do not have a drive at the front of my house. Two of my immediate neighbours do, and they have got electric charging points from their potential home. The only way I could get one is if I concrete over my front garden. So by saying we can't deliver
I'm really
on
sorry.
points, we
I'm
have
sorry.
to do it that way,
Wanted
we're
to-
actually shooting ourselves in the foot on the whole range of policies.
Thank
I think we ought to have the motion as unamended.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So now finally I invite Councillor Giles Medhurst
Thank
to
you.
exercise your right to reply. 3 minutes.
It seems to me that the Conservative Group actually haven't read the original motion. It says here, agrees wherever possible, not everywhere, wherever possible, should facilitate and where feasible using street furniture. That is exactly the point. The point is of what you're proposing as the amendment, narrowly restrictive. So it restricts it in Broxbourne, it restricts it in North Hart, and so on. And if I may, through the chair, Councillor Copping, probably not quite right. Which council out of the 10 has the most EV charging points? Which division has the most EV charging points? It's Watford, and it's my division, and we have rapid charging points on virtually every street corner. Not quite actually, but we're getting a little more in. And who funds it? Well, actually, it's central government funded. That's where the money's come from, and that's where £500,000 has been bid for by local authorities across Hertfordshire. And central government's policy is, guess what? On road charging points. I appreciate we have to have a mix. Totally agree there should be a mix, but we have to have that balance so that people who have, like Councillor Foskey here, no off-street parking, I've got a lot of it in my area. It shouldn't be, oh, I've got a drive, I've got a nice big detached house, I can afford the Tesla and the charging points. I want a Renault Zoe, cheapest on the market, I believe, but I've got a terrace street. Hang on, where can I charge it? Oh, the nearest supermarket is 10 minutes drive away. Oh, I won't bother in that case. Because that actually is the realism. And that's the two-stage society we are having with EV charging points if we're not careful. And we don't have that balance. And what is interesting, speaking to officers of a number of local authorities, they actually have the similar view that we have to have that mix. But what I find regrettable is the administration and the officers here don't believe in that mixed market. Now, I thought the Conservatives weren't believing in terms of mixed market economy, and you should have the means to suit the particular circumstances. So I am actually staggered at this narrow approach of actually trying to restrict on-road chargers and actually making it a two-tier society. Those who have a drive, those who can afford the Tesla, those who have a terrace street and can't find anywhere to park. And yes, you can control it in terms of how you're moving on there. It's IoT technology. And where is it being trialled? In Watford. And it regulates how long the vehicle is plugged in to the electric charging points. And if they're if it's an electric vehicle, they will get a ticket. And if it isn't on charge, fine. Absolutely perfect. It works. It's not just Watford that's been tried in other local authorities, including some Conservative ones, I have to say, including Labour ones. And Richard Butler's quite right in terms of housing associations. We need to be much more rigorous about them. Personally, I never liked the idea of how. So I should finish this.
Yes, sorry.
I agree with Richard Butler's comments about the housing association, and we need to be more vigorous on that as well.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Well done. Thank you. So, I now am going to move to the vote on the Conservative amendment. So may I please have a show of hands for those in favour of the Conservative amendment, please? Lovely. And may I have those against, please, a show of hands? And any abstentions, please?
For the Conservative amendment, 39, against 24, abstentions 0.
Okay, thank you very much. So we now vote on the substantive motion that is actually becomes the Conservative amendment, if that helps. Yes? So please may we have those in favour of the substantive motion that's the Conservative one. Thank you. Okay. And those against, please. And any abstentions, please.
And so that's 39, 24, and abstentions 0.
Okay, so the substantive motion is carried. Thank you very much.
Madam Chairman, may the Liberal Democrat group, those present, be recorded and voted against this consent.
Indeed.
Thank you.
We'll ask for that to be done. Thank you. So, now we're moving on to item 7A. These are questions to executive members. I just want to remind you that under Standing Order 8.7, there is a time limit of 1 hour for questions to executive members. Group question time shall end on the first to occur of either 1 or 2 below. Number 1 is when there are no further oral questions to be asked by councillors who are members of political groups, or 2, at the expiration of 1 hour from the start of question time, or after the completion of 1 full rotation of executive members, whichever is the later. Each member asking a question shall have a maximum of only 1 minute to ask the question and 1 minute to ask a supplementary question. Each member responding will have 2 minutes to respond to the question and 2 minutes to respond to any supplementary question. So to start with, the questions are going to be to the Leader of the Council, Councillor Roberts. And first of all, I'm inviting a question from a Liberal Democrat member, and I think the first one is from Councillor Giles Medhurst.
Thank you. What a choice of questions here. Anyway, I'll go for one I was originally going to think of. In light of the Secretary of State's letter of the 15th of July on strong local leadership, would he agree with me that, as stated by the Secretary of State, and I quote, this does not mean... We've all been pinged. Continue? Do you want to start again, or I'll just start at that quote?
That's fine.
Yeah. It's going to go off again, isn't it? Just in case. As stated by the Secretary of State that, and I quote, This does not mean local government, brackets, unitary organisation, is a prerequisite. And the Statutory Growth Board, with all 10 district councils and the county council working together, has both the close working, the vision, and already deliverable proposals that support levelling up across Hertfordshire without the need for costly and messy reorganisation.
Councillor Roberts.
I think, Stephen, I'll just, excuse me a second.
I can hear you.
Yeah, but they can't. I hope you can hear me now. Stephen, I think it's a very simple answer, and the answer is yes. There is a nuance to that, which is, I have said clearly, I don't believe in unitary status for Hertfordshire, and I do believe there is great strength in the collaboration amongst the leadership of the district and borough councils and the county council. I think, in a sense, the levelling up agenda, which has been articulated in several different ways now, but basically saying a similar thing. Government is asking counties like Hertfordshire, which Boris described as the tall poppies, that if you come forward with some sensible suggestions about how you would like to lead in your place, then we will be listening and we may be able to do a deal with you. My sense is that there isn't a prescribed way of this happening, and I'm delighted by that, because I think together we can work out what it is we want from government and how we're going to lead Hertfordshire in the future.
Thank you very much. So I'm then inviting to see if we have a question from a Labour member.
I think Stephen gets a...
Oh, I beg your pardon. Would you like a supplementary, Councillor Giles Midge?
Tempted me now, Madam Chairman.
Go on then.
I welcome Richard's assurance on that, but equally welcome, I hope, that we can continue, irrespective of some disagreements in this chamber, I call it that, this morning, this afternoon, at driving forward those changes that are needed, such as a single-tier transport authority for Hertfordshire and the other mechanisms that lever in quite essential infrastructure money that we need to support the growth agenda of central government. Would you agree with me that's quite essential?
I think the danger of coming out of COVID for Hertfordshire is that we are taken for granted. I don't just mean by government, but by everybody, whether it's families moving here, businesses moving here, and we become, put another way, we have been and continue to be at the moment a cash cow for UK PLC. In other words, we generate huge amount of taxes which go into government, which can be redistributed around the country. That cannot be taken for granted. And how we decide to support the business environment, making it attractive to invest in Hertfordshire, doing that in a sustainable way which attracts families to want to come and live here and raise their families, that's where we want to get to. And I think if we put the right deal together, we will be rewarded in the same way as levelling up is presumed to only go further north. And I believe we need looking after the infrastructure in Hertfordshire is just as valid. And off the top of my head, if I remember rightly, we are some £3.5 billion short of infrastructure need in Hertfordshire, whether that is digital connectivity, whether it's physical connectivity. We need to make Hertfordshire appropriate for the next phase of our development, both in Hertfordshire and as a nation. Thank you.
Thank you. So, sorry I jumped the gun there, but now I'd like to see whether there is a Labour member that would like to ask a question.
Strangely, there is. This screen so it's about to collapse, so I'll try and stay off it. I was going to explore similar ground, but for the avoidance of boring people and keeping the leader on his toes, I think I will change tack completely and refer to the way in which the last two leaders of the of Hertfordshire County Council have sought to involve opposition groups and opposition members in policy development at all stages of its progress. And I'd just like to seek an assurance from the leader of the council that he too intends to involve opposition leaders and members in policy development through all stages, and maybe outline how he intends to do this if for instance, MAGs are not to happen anymore.
Thank you.
Thank you for raising that question. I don't think I'm even certain what a MAG is. I'm certain anybody who might be listening to this presentation today certainly won't know what a MAG is. But I get the gist of your question is understood by me, and I'll give an answer. The opposition is absolutely vital to holding us to account. We cannot make policy in a vacuum without opposition. We value the debates that we've had today, and we will push back against you and you will push back against us, and it's how the democratic process should work. Within that, you and Stephen and perhaps the Independent Green Group will want to explore how you can involve yourselves in policy making. I think I am of the view that I will push back slightly more than perhaps my predecessors on exactly what that involvement might be at the earlier stages. But absolutely you should be involved, as you're involved in the cabinet panels, where all policy comes through before members. But I'd be more than happy to pick up this conversation at a future group leaders meeting, if that would be appropriate.
Do you have a supplementary?
I think I maybe do, yes, because that has sent a bit of a chill down my spine in terms of being pushed away at what should be the earliest moments of policy formation, so that we can best understand each other and come to at least an agreed parting of ways when that policy diverges. And I think you've worried me greatly that you clearly don't want to follow the examples of Robert Gordon and David Williams in having members' advisory groups, which I think have been one of the most valuable parts of this county council's existence, certainly from the day that I joined. Can you assure me that that isn't your intention? Because I think it's going to be a bit of an ugly time if it is. Sorry.
Thank you, Judy. I've only been responsible for public health, children's services, adult social care, performance and partnerships. And in none of those areas has anybody ever come forward to me that there needs to be a members' advisory group in those areas. And that's my only experience. So I don't know whether there is more of an interest in some areas and a complete disinterest in 70% of what the council does. But I am, as I repeat, I'm very happy to explore with you, especially if there is disgruntlement within the policy area. I'm open to suggestions, but I'm also suggesting that I might, the status quo, I'm challenging it, put it that way.
Okay, he's still my beating heart.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm glad that's sorted. Do I have a question from a Conservative member for the leader? Oh, we do. Yes, Councillor Ranger. Thank you.
Thank you. Can the leader please explain what Hertfordshire County Council is doing in response to the increased incidence of heavy rainfall that is being experienced and the resulting flooding and surface water collection we've seen in the Longwood district? Could you also please advise how we can best engage with companies like Thames Water to ensure individual cases are given the attention they need and deserve, so residents are not left in a situation where they are risk from reoccurrent flooding, foul ingress and water damage, such as the residents in Harefield Road in Rickmansworth or the Mead in Carpenters Park have faced? Please could you also advise what HCC can do to help stop these repeated occurrences and avoid such situations in the future?
Thank you.
All in one question.
Right.
Copy of the answer.
Well, I've got a couple of minutes, so I should be able to get it all in. Thank you, Rena. Comprehensive question. Let's just cover flooding and drainage more generally, where we have more of a direct influence. And I understand that there's been some really good scrutiny work going on in that territory just in the last couple of weeks. And I really look forward to hearing what that's got to say, and we will pick that up as part of future policy development. You will know, others will know, I've been very keen that we pull together all of the funding that currently goes into flooding and drainage. We pull that together so that everybody knows what we're doing across the county over the next 4 years to tackle flooding and drainage. And that will continue. I've used the word several millions because I'm not entirely certain myself exactly how many millions per year that is, but it is substantial. And I'm aware, actually, through Phil Bibby, that there is further strategic work being done to evaluate how much need there is in the county, and therefore if we need to return to this subject in the IP process, perhaps in the autumn. In terms of other water authorities such as Infinity, Anglian and Thames Water, who all have different functions, I think from a local perspective, particularly in the Three Rivers area, you've really had some bad luck recently, but maybe it's more than bad luck. Because when this very big, and I think it was something like a 12-inch sewer pipe, burst recently, and it had to have 20-odd tankers taking it away for days, if not running into weeks on end, and more than 100 engineers trying to manage the situation, water getting into lakes, really quite damaging, as well as some of the other issues you referred to locally. I think there is a question as to whether we have a scrutiny specifically on water undertakers and sewage, and or I think it might be helpful if I, with the executive member for, I'll go for environment, I might go for highways, actually meet with senior representatives of those companies, so we get a feel for how their infrastructure placement is to be carried out.
Thank you, Leader. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Ranger?
No, I just thank you very much. I welcome you today. I look forward to, I hope that meeting goes ahead, because I think we need joined up thinking. Would you agree?
I do agree. I was disappointed. I was really. Let me just pick a couple of things. I've got a couple of minutes, haven't I? I'm really pleased that Thames Water is increasing the capacity of the sewage treatment plant on the River Chess. Okay, I've got an interest. We've got a field that runs down to the Chess, and I am specifically interested in that. Notwithstanding that, Thames Water are going to spend a lot of money on working with their infrastructure to try and reduce the amount of sewage that goes into rivers. But I do know that all the chalk streams in Hertfordshire have sewage discharge into them on a regular basis, and that's almost criminal because chalk streams are such a rare habitat. When the pipe burst in Three Rivers, I can't tell exactly where, my apologies. When that burst, they essentially were very good at acting as fast as they possibly could and letting us all know what was going on. So I cannot be anything but complimentary about how they approached that. However, it was Paula that informed me that that pipe had burst twice before. And that's the issue. Their infrastructure is failing. So in the same way that we have responsibility for infrastructure, so do the water undertakers. And I think that's why that conversation needs to take place.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Leader. We don't have an independent or Green member with us at the moment, so we won't have any more questions for you. So we move on now to adult care, health and wellbeing. This is Councillor Nash. And I would like to invite, I think it's Councillor Tyndall is going to ask a question from the Liberal Democrats.
Would the executive member agree with me that if true, the government's intentions as reported in the Times to raise national insurance rather than income tax to pay for adult care is the wrong decision that will impact far more on low-paid workers than a more fairly imposed income tax rise across the nation?
That's an interesting one. So, we've got adult care, national insurance versus tax, yes? Is that what you said, Councillor Tim?
Yes.
You said. So let's break that down and look across the board. The most important thing here is not whether it's national insurance or tax, is that adult care is provided and that the service is provided to meet the needs of every resident in Hertfordshire. I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty of national insurance and tax, but what I do want to let everyone know here that adult care services in Hertfordshire is striving and working towards a centre of excellence in providing care. And the funding, as directed today by Councillor Deering, says that we have it, and we are there and we are able to provide to the county. And I won't get into the nitty-gritty of day-to-day politics over this one. My
brief is to ensure that all adults are cared for in Hertfordshire, and that's what I'm here to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nash. Do you have a supplementary, please, Councillor Tyndall?
I'm sorry, Stella, I can't accept that as a leader of one of the most vital sectors in the country. Are you aware that the low paid start paying national insurance from £9,500 while income taxes are charged to £12,500, so they're already disadvantaged that way. Also, the national insurance stops at the age of 67, so in actual fact, all those above 67, even if they're millionaires, escape paying anything as well. So if national insurance is actually charged, increased, it will affect the lowest paid, those less able to pay, and not treat every fairly. Will you object to the government on our behalf, please?
Thank you. Again, I appreciate what you're saying, and I can empathise absolutely with it. And I don't think on this occasion that a question of such nature, which is of such importance, and I think deserves more than a discussion just between me and you, I think it should come to our panel to be discussed across all parties and in detail. And I would recommend that we bring it there to go through this in the very, very near future.
Thank you, Councillor Nash. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to see whether we have a question from a Labour member for Councillor Nash. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Chair. Stella, at the last Cabinet panel we had a very detailed report from officers on property regarding adult care. And, for example, flexi-care came up, so I wondered, can you give us your view as to whether it's obviously a good thing that we have more flexi-care encouraged across our county?
Thank you for that. Thank you again for that question. Interesting question. Yes, it did come up. Yes, I can support and will support flexi-care across the county. The most important thing is that our residents, in whichever form of care they're in, are given every support that we can possibly give them to meet their needs, whether it's accommodation, whether it's health, whether it's specialist services, whether it's mental health, whether it's other things that come maybe as a consequence of COVID, such as domestic abuse, etc. So the word flexi, the word flexible, it speaks for itself. And I think post-COVID and going through and where we're going to go through in the future, that will be, that we should take that and embrace that going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Nash. Would you like a supplementary, Councillor?
Yeah, just briefly, thanks for that, Stella, and obviously it's good, that's good to hear, and also good if we can make sure, and I'm sure we will, that we work with all our districts, obviously
we hope so, yes,
to make sure that we can use the property and the land in the best way. That's good.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do I have a question for Councillor Nash from a Conservative member? Councillor Cookley? Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Over the course of the pandemic, we've seen levels of domestic abuse rise. Can the Executive Member please outline the work this Council is doing on that very important subject?
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooking, for that. Yes, during the pandemic, the common thread it's not the Chamber, but in this theatre today, has been the word abuse. Whether it's racist abuse, and now we have the word domestic abuse. Changed and softened from domestic violence to domestic abuse. Domestic abuse, for anyone in any doubt, is not just physical, it's also mental as well. During the pandemic, in Hertfordshire, where the poppies grow highest, domestic abuse also rose. It went quiet, things weren't reported. Women didn't turn up, and men, to their appointments. Bells went off, alarms went off, something wasn't right, something wasn't working, something was happening out there. That deadly silence. The front doors weren't opened, the curtains were pulled. The radios were running high. What we did, we came out
and we picked up on it. We've ran with it. We saw referrals to our specialist services. I'm just going to look at some things that I carry with me here. Hertfordshire Domestic Abuse, we worked together with them to create an emergency response, a governance structure with three key messages, and I put these to you. Coronavirus didn't and doesn't cause domestic abuse. Perpetrators do. But it was sought as an opportunity to drop the curtains, and it raised. Specialist support and services remain available to anyone who needs it, and that's to anyone who needs it. Yes, females are abused more than males, but males are also abused, as are children, and children are sufferers of when they witness domestic abuse. It leads to long-term mental health problems. And any of you watching, again, footballers and the superstars have raised it, but just to bring your attention to it. But yes, we are actioning it and working with it. We'll continue to do so.
Councillor Cocking, do you have no supplementary there? So, and we have none from the independent and Green members. So we will move on, and we're moving on to children, young people and families. Councillor Heritage, and I'd like to welcome the first question from Liberal Democrat member, Councillor Watkin, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Terry, I have an alternative. Big pardon. Our group welcomes the draft SEND strategy, which is about to go to public consultation. It lacks one vital component: its ultimate aims by which it can be measured for better or worse. Can the executive member assure us that these aims will be smart and clearly indicated in the strategy?
Councillor Heritage.
Thank you, Mark. I was nodding my head there, yes.
They can't hear you, sorry.
Let's take this thing off. Yes, they can. David Butcher gave a presentation, I think a powerful presentation at our last panel, which indicated those major areas that we need to have a look at. I tried to anticipate your question. So we're looking at how many EHCPs we're giving, how timely we will be giving the decision around an EHCP, the number of requests, the percentage that have been agreed, when they're finalised by, and for you I know there will be around annual reviews, how we can improve on that. And also there will be we're looking at tribunals, how we can get those numbers down in tribunals, and how we can get the numbers of appeals down. So there's about 10 criteria that David brought up, and those what we will be living by. But as you know, the SEND strategy is out for consultation with the public from September. So therefore we'd be interested to have their feedback as well. Okay.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you very much, and I would very like to get a copy of those things so I can actually see them myself. But
yeah, so
my supplementary, which sort of ties in what we've just said, is can you ensure me that these two will be part of the consultation, that everyone knows what to expect and have a view?
Yes, I'm sorry about that. I think the presentation that David gave at panel was going to go out with the minutes. I actually had to ask him himself today for the meeting. So I will get that sent to all members of the panel so you can see what they are.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So do I have a Labour member who'd like to ask a question? Councillor Bell, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the replies you've given to Councillor Watkin there, so I'll have slightly rearranged. Yeah, on the figures of our children being sent out of county, and obviously very concerning, we've obviously had press releases on that, etc. But will you confirm that we will have an update at the September meeting?
I can't actually remember what's on the agenda, but we can certainly, the planning, but I can certainly arrange for that, yes. We can have a different look at sufficiency and the conversation that's been going on generally in social media and the press over the last couple of months. Yeah, so that could certainly come to the September panel, something new for Jo to get her teeth into. Okay.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
No, that's okay, as long as that, that's something else to come to the committee. I'm very, very happy with that.
Splendid. Thank you very much. So do I have a question from a Conservative member? I do, and that's is it Councillor Lawrence? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Would the executive member for children, young people and families please update the council on the number of unaccompanied asylum seekers currently under our care and how we are assisting the Kent County Council with the large number of young arrivals in Kent?
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Heritage.
Thank you for that question. Something that I thought Nigel might actually ask me, so thank you for bringing that up. We currently have 76 UAS under our care. That's come down in the last month from 81. The reason being that young people, generally they arrive with us and they're about 16, so they move on when they become 18. In relation to Kent, as we all know, the government has having a review of the national transfer system, and they finished that review. And under that review, we will be entering into another rota regime as we do at the moment with Eastern Region. The maximum number of young people we can have, UASC, is 191. Under that's 0.07% of the number of young people in the county. That's the percentage we can have. So far, we've taken 21 young people from Kent, and there was very recently 5 in the last couple of weeks. And I've heard just yesterday, actually, during this last month, July, Kent had 26 young people under the age of 16 who are looking for a placement in the country somewhere, and we've agreed to take 5. I did hear on the news this morning that there were 430 asylum seekers in boats on the Channel last night, and so I'm not quite sure what's going to happen with the young people that are with them. So I hope that's answered your question.
Councillor Lawrence, do you have a supplementary?
No.
No, thank you very much. Thank you. And we don't have an independent green, so that concludes your questions. So next we're on to education, libraries and lifelong learning. Councillor Doris, and I'm going to invite the Liberal Democrat member to ask a question, and that is Councillor Brass, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is this. The former Education Recovery Czar, Sir Kevin Collins, appeared on the 29th of June before the House of Commons Education Select Committee. He described the amount of money allocated by the government to school catch-up as feeble, and he felt obliged to resign immediately. Based on your knowledge of what's happening in Hertfordshire, do you agree with Sir Kevin's assessment?
Thank you very much. Councillor Doris.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. No, I don't agree with Kevin Collins' assessment. My understanding was that prior to the announcement on the 2nd of June, there had been quite an amount of speculation on how much he believed the funding should be, but at the same time, and that was about £11.5 million, and the government announced on the 2nd of June it was going to be £1.4 billion. And that was in addition to the £1.7 billion that had already been allocated for education top-up. The £1.4 billion relates to the 2 to 19-year-olds, and it's a further instalment on the government's work to ensure that no child loses out. And that applies across the piece, both nationally and in Hertfordshire. In Hertfordshire, part of the £579 million local tutoring budget will come to us, and that will come back in the form of coming back stronger, where we've actually allocated £660,000 of funding for that particular project going forward to support our young people. it has to be said that we need to do these things proportionately. We need to do them in a way that we can actually deliver them. And I would frankly question whether nationally we could actually deliver, or the country could deliver, £11.5 billion of top-up in a coherent way. The whole essence of this is to actually improve the life chances of young people in Hertfordshire and across the country.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor?
I do, yes, because actually the figure that Sir Kevin wanted was 15 billion, and the government offered a miserable 1.4 billion. But as this government seems to specialise in U-turns, perhaps they might yet change their mind, who knows, even by tonight. Or perhaps even better, perhaps they might replace the very ineffective Secretary of State, Gavin Williamson. I have to say the worst I've ever known in my lifetime. And would the executive member agree with me that it's time we had a Secretary of State who really was effective in education?
So that's the question. It's about the Secretary of State being effective.
No.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Right. I move on now, and I invite a question. Do we have a question from a Labour member? Yes, Councillor Billing, thank you.
Councillor Doris. Hello.
Councillor Billing, good afternoon.
It's wonderful. I just wondered how you're getting on making up the shortfall between the pupil premium that we need for the county and for our children and the shortfall that's been allocated by government. I think we possibly discussed it at the last county council, and if I've missed your reports on it, I do apologise, but I just wanted some reassurance that we're making up that shortfall between what the government has said we're due and what we know to be the case.
Thank you.
I would have to say that, just to rewind slightly, I think there was a request for me to write to the Secretary of State expressing my concern on the whole council's concern on the reduction in the reduction in pupil premium following the change in the census date from February back to October. I did get a response, which I must confess I don't think I've shared, and I'm very happy to share it with you and with members. It wasn't particularly supportive, I have to say. In reply to your specific question, we and through Hertfordshire Learning, Hearts for Learning, will offer every support we can to schools to assist them. It is a timing issue, but at the same time, I have to say that at this moment in time, we don't have a plan to actually fund from Hertfordshire County Council those missing amounts of money.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary question?
Sure she does.
Yes, I do, and I don't want to sound mean or anything so late in the afternoon, but given that that was a request from the County Council at its last meeting, did it not occur to you that they might want to know the answer when you got the letter?
I would have to say yes. Sorry, I would have to say no. Look, I'm on a loser here, whichever way. All I can say
You are
is,
in the theatre.
all I can say is that I apologise if as I didn't send it, and I will send it.
Okay, thank
But
you very much.
I apologise. There was no discourtesy whatsoever meant by me not sending it.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor. We look forward to receiving that. So no independent or... Oh, no, actually, no. Do we have a question from a Conservative? Councillor Kingsbury? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Everyone's invited hit the national media in May, and the County Council provided... Sorry, the website Everyone's Invited hit the headlines back in May. There may be some members who are not aware of the Council's response at the time, and I'm also aware there was an Ofsted piece of work carried out. Could the exec member say a little more about this, please?
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kingsbury, and thank you for the advance notice of your question. And that led me to look back at the information that was provided And it does occur to me, and I did this only yesterday, so just to preempt anything Councillor Billing might say about me not telling anybody, I am aware that the announcement or the information that came out from Hertfordshire County Council regarding Everyone's Invited came out on the 5th or 6th of May. So new members will not have had that information. And what I will do is I will share that briefing note with all councillors after this meeting. There has been quite a lot of work taking place, and at the time a few of our schools were identified in the website, and support has been given to those schools and to the head teachers to be able to understand the situation regarding this. I have to say that the response of the inspection, or if you like, the observations that Ofsted did, were really quite frightening, not specifically in Hertfordshire, but the level of social abuse and sexual abuse that happens in schools is incredibly worrying, and we must make sure that we give every support to schools and to head teachers to be able to identify this and deal with it.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Kingsbury?
Only to say thank you for that, really, and I appreciate it's a very sensitive subject, but is there any more you can share what's happened since that briefing in May at all?
Thank you.
If I may, Madam Chairman, what I can tell you is that, led by Joe Fisher, they have formed a working party with members from Herts for Learning Wellbeing team, an Ofsted inspector, plus primary and secondary heads, and also Paula Hayden from Hertfordshire County Council. The object, and to some extent repeating a little bit of what I may have said, is to gathering actual data and facilitating discussions about healthy and abusive relationships, creating a safe and respectful culture for all, educating young people to prevent harassment and abuse, and supporting victims of sexual abuse. They, as I've said a moment ago, they will provide additional guidance to schools, and also to create and curate a resources and materials repository, which will be published on the grid, which is the internal grid for schools, addressing the agenda and with links to organisations, agendas and training providers. I can say that the group have met 4 times in the last 6 weeks and have produced a toolkit that's being finessed over the summer break by HFL Graphics and the digital team, and the toolkit will be located on the grid. We're planning to launch this to schools in September.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That concludes your questions. We don't have an independent or green member here at the moment. So we're now moving on to the environment, and this is Councillor Buckmaster will be taking the questions, and I'm going to invite the Liberal Democrat member, Councillor Jarvis, please, for his question.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask the executive member what steps he's taking to ensure that the proposals being pursued by the Growth Board do not adversely impact the Sustainable Hertfordshire targets of achieving a zero carbon county by 2050 and clean air for all in the county by 2030.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I'm not actually on the Growth Board, so I don't necessarily have any direct input into that, but I understand the sentiment, and certainly you will be familiar with the fact that from the report, the update we had on Sustainable Hertfordshire, one of the things that we're trying to do is to ensure that any action that is taken doesn't have an adverse action somewhere else. But it's, we've spoken earlier on about the fact that we need to collaborate, and the purpose of the Growth Board is to look across the whole county, and it's all of the districts and boroughs and the LEPs and the county council working together. So I think we all have a duty, not just as a county council, but all of us together to ensure that growth doesn't adversely affect our plans to be sustainable by 2030 or further on into 2050.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary, please? Mr. Jarvis?
Yes, I do. I accept that that's clearly a county-wide objective, and it's the reason that the Growth Board is put together the way it is to reflect that. But the County Council has a Sustainable Hertfordshire strategy, and it seems to me that the action plan, at least if not the strategy, is likely to have to evolve as a result of the ongoing growth strategy. So how is the action plan going to take account of the outcome of the growth strategy?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Well, the action plan will evolve because it's not just for today or tomorrow, it's over a number of years. And of course, all of us here, and those of us especially on the panel, will be able to review the progress of Sustainable Hertfordshire. And then people here have heard what you've said, and there are members of the Growth Board here. So it will be coordinated, it will be connected, and will ensure that those conflicts, where possible, will be avoided.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buckmaster. Now, may I see whether we have a question from a Labour member, please?
We do indeed, Mr. Chairman.
What?
Councillor Buckmaster. So I'm sure members will join me in my group's delight at 3 sites, 3 recycling centres, Stevenage Ware and Waterdale, being open 7 days a week. My question to you, Eric, as I'm sure you can guess what's coming, is does the administration have any plans to open other household waste and recycling centres for longer than they currently are? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I can't give you an immediate reaction to that because there will always be a cost to extending, but the overall ambition of the service is to improve it, and it's not just to have, for example, additional transfer stations as we've discussed today and improving the existing ones. It's also to improve the recycling centres themselves, make them more accessible, have reuse, and of course we've just been through a period where access has been a little bit restricted to our recycling centres because of COVID and social distancing. Over the coming few days and weeks, that will be released. But the overall strategy, if you look back to some of the points made in the local authority waste collected strategy, then you'll see that there are plans to improve the service overall. Where we can open for more days, I'm sure that will be something that will be assessed, but it would also be the impact on the service versus the cost of doing so.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Buckwas?
I do indeed, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Buckmaster. So I wanted to add to your issue around resourcing, the issues around understaffing and staff being moved around, because we do need to address that as well. Can we have a chat about that offline, and can you write to me about the recycling centres, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to have an offline chat with you.
Thank you very much for those. Thank you. So now I'm going to ask, do we have a question from a Conservative member? I think that might be Councillor Jones, is that right?
It is indeed. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you.
We did hear you saying earlier on, Madam Chairman, in your announcements this morning, you were talking about the Queen's Green Canopy initiative, and I'm very much looking forward to sending my selfie to you with the trees in my a tree in my division. So looking forward to that. But my question is obviously to Eric, and if he could tell us about any specific actions that this council is taking to support the Queen's Green Canopy initiative and any further projects relating to Sustainable Hertfordshire ambitions.
Certainly, thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Jeff. And I'm certainly looking forward to climbing those trees. Yes, absolutely. We're very much supporting the Queen's Green Canopy, and we'll be encouraging people to plant a tree for the Jubilee, as well as enabling as many trees as possible to be planted on our own sites. And I'm happy to report that we'll be providing funding towards that, and for a number of other initiatives for Sustainable Hertfordshire, towards making Hertfordshire greener, cleaner and healthier. The approved schemes so far are for £400,000 to be invested in green projects across Hertfordshire to address air quality, reducing waste, increasing biodiversity and protecting wildlife. So these projects include £200,000 to fund and coordinate Hertfordshire's Queen's Green Canopy contribution, £150,000 towards the process of making primary schools carbon neutral by 2030, £100,000 for state-of-the-art software to monitor and tackle air quality, and £10,000 towards making the County Council's office waste services more environmentally sustainable. And as you remember, we included 2 million revenue and 10 million capital in the integrated plan in response to the declaration of a climate emergency in 2019, and in doing so committing to reducing our own carbon emissions and improving sustainability across the county. These are but a few of the ways we are practically responding to and tackling climate change in the county. The investment will go towards making our ambitions to have clean air for all, improve our wildlife by 20% by 2030, send nothing to landfill by 2030 and more. And I'll be looking forward to seeing what differences this important work makes to our communities and our countryside for current and future generations.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Jones?
No, thank you. That was very specific. Thank you, Mary.
Okay, thank you very much. And that concludes the questions on the environment. And so we move on to growth, infrastructure and planning. Councillor Bolton. And I would like to invite a question from the Liberal Democrat member. I'm going to call you Paul because I don't want to embarrass myself again.
That's fine. Councillor, the Growth and Infrastructure panel a couple of weeks ago, the panel decided to implement the education contributions from housing developers that split tenure by tenure the contribution expected for education. Are you comfortable asking local authorities and borough councils who promote council housing of a larger size to expecting them to contribute more than a house built for private sale?
Councillor Bolton.
Thank you, Councillor, for that question. I'm happy to take the officer's advice on this, and the officer's advice was that the contributions should be based on the, in effect, the use for which council house occupiers would make of facilities. So there is a higher charge in the infrastructure paper for houses which are, or flats which are expected to cause a greater charge on or greater use of local authorities, and that's why the difference in the charge is there, and on that basis I'm happy to accept that.
Do you have a supplementary?
I do. Could the executive member therefore explain why the SEND contribution is not equally done by tenure?
Sorry, the what?
The Special Educational Needs and Disabilities contribution is not done by tenure. It's done simply on number of rooms. Now, it's special educational needs, so it's still education. So we're still talking about the same number of children, yet one aspect says it is just by number of bedrooms, another distinguishes it by tenure.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that is because the difference in overall numbers, which would be before between the special educational needs and the general educational needs.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to invite a question, if there is one, from a Labour member, please. Just double check. No, we don't have a question from a Labour member. Do we have a question from a Conservative member? I think that is Warburton. Councillor Warburton, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Does the executive member agree with me that the recent decision by GlaxoSmithKline to invest £400 million creating one of Europe's largest biotechnology campuses here in Stevenage and creating 5,000 jobs, signals that Hertfordshire is open for business? And what steps will he take to encourage further business investment in our county?
Thank you, Councillor Bolton.
Thank you. Sorry, Madam Chair, I'll turn my back. Thank you, Councillor, for that question. I'm delighted at that announcement. I always thought Beecham's powders would do well in the end, and they obviously have done now. 5,000 jobs and £400 million is a very significant investment in the county. And of course, that's on top of the very good news we heard about the film studio cluster at Elstree and Borehamwood recently. But as well as that, there are developments throughout the county which are going on. Herts County Council led the bid to release £170 million funding for the government, from the government for the Harlow Gilston Garden Town project. There is the Brookfield Garden Village project. There's Hemel Garden Communities and the Innovation Quarter. And of course there is the Herts Essex Rapid Transport System, which will be, we hope, completely green and carbon free in its operation when it eventually comes about. There are bids for new sustainable towns, travel towns at Letchworth, Royston and Stevenage. And of course there are 100,000 new homes to be built, so people will be able to live here as well as work here, and that's important because that again cuts down travel, cuts down pollution, cuts down carbon dioxide. So Hertfordshire is not only open for business, it is investing in business and it is driving business.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
No,
No. Thank you very much. That concludes your questions, Councillor Bolton. And now we move on to Highways and Transport, Councillor Bibby. And I'd like to invite the Liberal Democrat member, Councillor Ducourt, who has a question.
Thank you, Chair. I am the new member for Hartmondon North East, and I would like to ask the Executive Member if he accepts that the 8 active travel schemes currently funded are insufficient in scope to make a material difference to the county's professed environmental agenda.
Thank you.
I think, if I may correct on numbers, we're looking at 6 schemes under the active travel tranche 2. We get we're going out, well, we've gone out to consultation and that is closed. I do agree that's not all we want to do. We have a long list of schemes that we would like to do. One of the issues, of course, is whether the public actually want them, and that's quite an issue because I have one in my patch, which seems very good to anyone here. Some of the locals are thinking, well, why are we spending that money on cycleways in Stevenage? So it's not always as easy to get them on the ground as we'd like, but yes, we would love to do a lot more, and we have plenty of shovel-ready schemes that we can put into action if we have the necessary funding.
Councillor Ducourt, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. A cycling infrastructure expert has prepared a scheme for safe cycling routes that would link up to 30,000 residents across my town. This would cost approximately 1.5 million. Does the Executive Member agree that this would seem to be a step change in value for money, in which case will he undertake to review the potential of the scheme as a model for the county? The said expert has recently been contracted to work for Herts County Council, so is readily available.
Thank you.
That seems quite a fantastic deal, actually, to be fair, but I understand that we are looking at that with all the other schemes as well. So if that is a viable scheme, it's something that we would definitely want to put top of the pile, because for that sort of money, that sort of connectivity would be fantastic.
Thank you very much. So now I'd like to invite a question, if there's one from a Labour member. Yes, Councillor Butler.
Yeah, it's only a quick one really. As a new councillor, what is the process in introducing a 20-mile-an-hour speed zone where kids and constituents are leaving?
Thank you.
The process is for you to work with your area highways manager. If you wish to promote this, he will put forward the scheme proposals, and once we have agreed our sifting criteria to prioritise the use of £7 million to facilitate 20-mile-an-hour schemes, we'll be ready to roll, and we'll be looking at a high priority sites to start with. I can't judge whether yours would be a high priority site or not because I haven't seen details, but it's down to you and your AHM to put schemes forward and they'll be looked at with everything.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yeah, only a quick one. Do we have a list of how many schemes are in the pipeline currently at the moment moving forward? Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the scheme's about 400. They will be published at the right time when we have the prioritisation criteria and we match that to the scheme we have listed. To do anything before that I think might be premature and get people perhaps with false expectations, so we'll wait until the right time, but it will be available in a proper jump just.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Now, do I have a question from a Conservative member? Councillor Hiscox, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm so glad to see that this council is taking on board the effects of climate change and is increasing the funding for drainage and a drainage programme to help reduce the incidence of flooding. We have recently seen, especially with the flash floods we're having, may well be having later on this evening. Could the member please tell us how much capital and revenue funding is being put into the scheme and what actions will be taking place to help our residents?
Thank you. Slightly linked to a previous question, I think. Yes, we have allocated £10 million of capital over 4 years. That is being topped up by around about £6 million of revenue. And just for anyone who wants to know why we have them separate, because there's lots of things you can do with capital and can't do with revenue. You can do anything you want with revenue, so it's good to have revenue in the pot. What we'll be doing in the first year is investigating to see what we need to do to actually improve the drainage and the flooding situations in Hertfordshire, which, as you say, are getting worse and they're not going away. I'm glad I don't live in Germany at the moment, to be honest with you. That will include actually hiring in an additional Vactor, and that's not a normal gully cleaner. That is an all-singing, all-dancing, very expensive bit of kit with CCTV and chains and vacuum drains to really unblock the sewage lines. That will be used on hire to supplement our existing one which Ringway have for us. So that would enable us to investigate more and more quickly. Once we have a list of sites that we can actually have an effect on, we will design schemes to actually put things right.
Thank you very much. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Hiscox?
No, thank you.
You don't. Thank you. So that concludes your questions. So we're moving on to public health and community safety. This is Councillor Bright. And I'd like to invite a question from the Liberal Democrat member, Councillor England, please.
Given the increasing numbers of hospital admissions due to COVID and the removal of all legal restrictions, what actions does the executive member think should be taken by the county council to encourage employers to require the wearing of face coverings in enclosed spaces, to pay attention to good ventilation in the workplace, and to enable the continued working from home if employees can do so?
Thank you very much indeed. Excellent question. First of all, I must just say that it's very important that we don't mislead members of the public. The levels across the country at the moment are around about 50,000 infections a day, as they were 6 months ago, 50,000 infections a day. The difference was that 6 months ago, 1,000 people a day were sadly dying as a consequence of hospitalisation and passing on from COVID. But that number is somewhere now between 19 and 30 a day. So whilst the link between catching COVID and then being hospitalised and passing away hasn't been broken, it's been severely weakened. And that's because of the success of the jabbing scheme. And that's very important with the vaccination. So that, I would say that first of all. But I can tell you that we have been in touch and we are regularly in touch with our businesses. We know that 50% of businesses are planning to be cautious so that they can stay working without staff absence disrupting them. We've contacted Herts Chamber of Commerce and Better Business for All, and they're continuing to provide legal and others to support businesses on COVID. We are very clear about where we feel we should be with our messaging, and that is be cautious because we don't want to go backwards, and the more infections, the more disruption to businesses and services. So we ask people to get vaccinated, and the hands, face, space ventilation, it sounds as though it's a bit of a cliche now, but it works. So we're doing everything we can to assist businesses, to make sure they are reassured, and also to encourage people where possible to continue with some of the very sensible measures that were in place before they were lifted. It's really down now to the people rather than to government. There's only so much you can tell people that they have to do. People now want to do, and I think the vast majority do. Certainly my experience of being out in the shops in recent days, been a good 70-75% of people are still wearing masks, and personally I hope that stays that way for some time.
Thank you. Councillor England, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, Madam Chairman. Certainly agree that caution is an important weapon in our locker now that we no longer have the law. Does the executive member agree with me that it's very concerning to all councillors that the new research, which has involved 73,000 people, conducted by 7 universities and led by Professor Callum Semple, and done in the name of the Department of Health and Social Care, shows that almost 50% of younger people aged, this is people aged 19 to 49, so in the workplace, almost 50% of these people who contract COVID have, as a result, developed at least one serious medical condition.
Thank you.
I think the difficulty we have at the moment is that we're being overwhelmed by various pieces of research and lots of statistics. So I'm being told that 65% of those aged 19 to 24, which is currently the age group where the biggest spread is happening at the moment, have had their jabs, but it's still a third to find. Difficulty is they pick it up, pass it down to siblings, which is why 12 to 16, believe it or not, is also quite a high level in the way of spread at the moment. But we know that the younger people, thankfully, aren't getting it as badly as the older people. And as we've heard before, in Hertfordshire now we have 40,000 people out of 1.2 million who've got long COVID. And those will be issues that we have to work with for some time. So I can't necessarily comment on a piece of research that you just presented to me just now. Very happy for you to send it through to me. What is important, and I think what the government has said, is follow the science. Listen to what the scientists are saying. And you just quoted me a piece of science. I'd be very interested to see that and certainly have more discussions with you. But we take it very seriously here, and I think we probably have one of the highest respected heads of public health anywhere in the country, and that's Jim McManus, and him and his team have just done and continue to do the most amazing work in our name and the name of our residents, and I publicly thank him here and all his team.
Thank you, Councillor Bright. Thank you for the question, Councillor England. Now, I wonder if we do have a question from the Labour group. Yes, Councillor Billing.
I'd like to endorse those remarks about Jim McManus and his team to start with. I don't know about everybody else, but I'm actually craving daylight now. So it's just a very little question. I was a bit shocked, I tell you, the other day, that the Police and Crime Commissioner didn't think it apparently important enough to turn up for the one occasion of the year when he was due to present his annual report to our panel, cabinet panel, and I just wonder whether it could be made clear to whatever you think about the role of the Police and Crime Commissioner, he's there as the democratic face, and therefore should be speaking to the democratic body. And I just wonder if that could be made clear to him with a year's notice, in case he might like to come and present his own report next July. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bright.
Slightly cheeky one under the radar there from Judy. We'd had, by virtue of the way the schedules and the timetables work, we had 2 such panel meetings within the space of 4 weeks, which is actually quite rare. And in fairness to the Police Commissioner, David Lloyd, he had actually attended the one 4 weeks earlier and had presented his report and taken questions and answers. So it's not as though he's absent or missing an action. I accept it's an annual report, and we'd heard quite a lot of it before, and I think as Chief Executive did a particularly good job, and it's just possible that we got through the item quicker than we might have done if Paul had been there himself, which actually isn't bad for a summer Friday. So I hear what you're saying. I'll pass that message on and make sure he's there this time next year.
Thank you very much. I have no other question. You'll
No.
be thrilled to know.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. We all want daylight, that's right. But do we have a question from a Conservative member, please? Yes, Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask what the executive member is doing to make sure that those who are vulnerable to the recent warm weather are well protected.
Yeah, well, good. My friend says it's 30 degrees out there again today, and it's in Hertfordshire. So it's been like that now for a couple of days, and we know it's going to be another couple of days of this heat wave. We're in amber 2, level 2 of the national hot weather alert stage, which does make some vulnerable people more likely to become ill and at risk of hospitalisation and sadly worse things too. Please be assured that officers from public health and resilience teams are working with adult care services to identify and reach people with advice. And I've also asked officers to revise and bring forward a new joint working protocol on extreme weather as part of our joint working now that we brought public health and community safety together, which would work obviously for the summer but extreme weather in the winter time too. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell, you have a supplementary question. Yes, please. Thank you.
So we've been talking a lot about sort of COVID recently for very, very good reason. But as we sort of emerge from the worst of the pandemic, as we crave daylight, what actions are you taking other than COVID, but in combination with that as we emerge from the pandemic?
Thank you very much indeed. Look, it is very important that residents and members, of course, are assured that the work for public health continues across the board, and we're not just dealing with matters now directly related to COVID. If I can just take you through a few. The work on refreshing our new drug strategy continues. Public Health and Community Safety Unit are working on this strategy with the police. In the last week, we've signed off an additional £300,000 to grant drug and alcohol services to produce more provision to get people into care. We were hearing earlier about some of the knock-on effects, domestic abuse and others of this COVID pandemic, and as the lid gets lifted, we're seeing more areas of addiction and health issues which need treating. One of them is drug overdose related deaths, and it's reaching now a next stage when we're providing more help. We've got an extra £300,000 or so which has been received from government to provide additional weight management for support for adults this year. And after the success of the past year in helping people with long COVID and at heightened risk of COVID of giving up smoking, we're extending this programme for the remainder of the year. Over 500 Hertfordshire residents gave up smoking in the first wave of COVID, and we had 700 referrals of people with long COVID come through to us to stop smoking services in the past 3 months. And finally, well, you'll all have been aware of the terrible experience of Christian Eriksen, the footballer who experienced heart problems on the field during the early days of the Euro 2020 tournament. And this, of course, has caused a lot of discussion and a lot of comments and interest in defibrillators in our communities. And I asked public health officers to revise and refresh the guidance on buying automated defibrillators, and you'll be aware that this was sent out to all members last week. And this guidance gives practical help and tools for community groups and for us as members if we are approached to fund a defibrillator. I've done so in the past, I know other members have, and I'm sure many members will continue moving forward. Thank you again for your question.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bright. That concludes your questions. And our final round of questions is resources and performance. It's Councillor Deering. And I'd like to invite the first question from Liberal Democrat member, Councillor Symington, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure everybody wants to get home, so Councillor Deering, I'll try and keep my question short. I'd like to thank you, Councillor Deering, the Executive Member for Resources and Performance, for his written response to my question on county-owned property. And for those of you who haven't seen it, it is in the papers at the back. Basically, you identify the number, last year, the number of surplus properties was 393. This number's been reduced to 0 in the current year's papers. And the number that times that the word surplus is mentioned is just 3. Can you please, as the Executive Member, clarify the reasons behind the change in strategy to remove the categorisation of county-owned property, and therefore which potentially reduces the transparency to members and to the public?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stella, for the question. I think this is just a bit of terminology. The county council, as we all know in this room, has got a very big property estate. It's managed by a very professional team, and we think that will always be with us. I can certainly assure you that every member of the property team is conscious of not having assets that have any value at all. There is a balance to be applied between deciding that they have no future for us and can be disposed of, or they might have a future for us at some point in the future.
Thank you. Councillor, do you have a supplementary question?
Yeah. So my supplementary question, which is basically, given the forecast increase in borrowings that were in the paper that you delivered earlier, and the pressures on the council to provide, expand and update facilities again, as we saw earlier today with the Waterdale waste transfer site, how do you, the executive member, plan to fund the necessary renewal and upgrading of the council's property assets and facilities if it is not by considering the sale of surplus property assets?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to, by way of an answer, refer you back again to the extra care issue in Cheshunt. That was put together using, as you know, Hertfordshire County Council property, Hertfordshire County Council site. We did have the option of selling that site out to the open market, but when you look at that equation in the round, it's more economic not to sell that site, and you, I mean this nicely, you might say that therefore not get a capital receipt, because if we had sold the site, we would still need land in order to develop an extra care facility, and we would have to use money to buy that land. So there is, again, a balancing act. I will again assure you that the property team are fully conscious of the balancing act, and although it's not quite a part of your question, I'm certainly happy to say to you and everybody in this room that we're all conscious that a big change is underway in terms of how we use County Hall. Big changes have happened in terms of how we use some of our other council sites. Some of those changes are in progress now, some of them are really on the cards, but we're alive to the issue.
Thank you very much. And may I ask if we have a question from the Labour group, please? Yes, Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Chair. And Councillor Taylor has had to go, so I'm just asking a question here. While the books have been balanced for this year, it's clear that a black hole of some 22 million is opening up in Herts County Council finances by 23 to 24. The increases in council tax have placed a growing burden, particularly on those residents least able to afford it. What steps are the leadership of this council taking to lobby government on the growing gap in local government funding, currently growing at 2.5 billion a year, with 1.2 billion of that being the growing gap in funding for adult care services?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question, and through you, thank you to Sharon for the question. She always raises very good questions in my experience. It's absolutely right to say that looking ahead, we face challenges in balancing the books. I'm not sure that I myself would at all describe that as a black hole. This is a state of affairs that all longer-standing members of this council will know has been with this council for years on end. I think at least since 2010, it's a permanent annual effort to balance the books. And of course the point is that for every year since 2010, this council has balanced the books. We have an admirable record of financial management here, and it's absolutely our intention, I might say my intention, that we continue that. I think as to lobbying central government, that would fall more to the leader of the council than myself, but I don't think there's any doubt whatsoever that central government is aware of the financial pressures on local government, and that is a real issue that councils like ours face every year and have been facing every year for at least 10 years.
Does Councillor Taylor have a supplementary?
I'll just say thank you for that, and obviously I'll relay that back to Councillor Taylor, and I'm sure she'll be reassured that the new leadership of this council will be lobbying the government for more help for local government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Thank you. Now, do I have a question from a Conservative member, please? Oh, yes, Councillor. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Call it low.
Right. Okay. Hertfordshire
Right,
County Council has an almost unrivalled national reputation for the high quality of our innovative social services delivery. Can you reassure us that the benefits from the 9.6 million Coronavirus Recovery Fund will be used in a flexible and equitable manner to help support all our vulnerable residents, and particularly to give support to our wonderful voluntary sector who partner with us in the delivery of so many services to our most vulnerable people and enable us to carry on delivering through whatever is thrown at us, and I'm particularly focusing on our response to the COVID crisis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colette, for the question. That's an extremely good question. I think in general terms, as I hope has already come across, our approach to the COVID Recovery Fund, the £9.6 million that we will be spending in the next 2 years, is that we will keep that spending permanently under review. We want this spending to deliver something and produce results. So it will be permanently monitored, and certainly at the 2-year point, there will be a complete stock take, and we will then be able to look at what we might provide by way of funding going forward. I'd also like to acknowledge that part of your question is a tribute to the voluntary groups in Hertfordshire, and I think Richard made this apparent in his opening remarks right at the beginning of today. But just as we have acknowledged the efforts made by Hertfordshire County Council officers responding to COVID, it's extremely important that we acknowledge the huge efforts made by no end of volunteers right through Hertfordshire to respond to COVID. And certainly it's the intention that some of the 9.6 million that we're making available will work its way through to community and voluntary groups so that they can carry on doing the very good work that they already do for us.
Thank you. Councillor Whitelow, do you have a supplementary? You don't? No. So thank you. That concludes your questions, Councillor Deering. So, thank you very much. So, we're now moving on to item 7B. This is the written questions to executive members, standing order 8-9. The written questions to executive members have been received. The questions and written replies are appended to this order of business. There are 18 of them, and I'd like to go through each one now. I'm just looking at your faces. I'm looking at your faces.
I wouldn't object to that.
You really were worried. No, there's, I mean, they are really worth reading. There are substantial questions and substantial answers. So they're in the pack for bedtime reading with the gin and tonic in the garden. Lovely. So going on to items 8, 9 and 10. The time limit for speeches in the debates on these items are as follows. The mover of the motion has 5 minutes. The first speaker from each of the other groups, or the speaker who has been nominated to the chairman previously in writing by the group leader, has 5 minutes. All other speakers, including the mover of the motion, when exercising their right to reply, has 3 minutes. So the first one, item 8, report from Overview and Scrutiny Committee, and I'm inviting, no I'm not, because I think he's left the chamber. So it was Councillor Andrews. Is there anyone else to move this motion? Sorry, Councillor Walkington?
Vice Chair.
Vice Chair, how lovely. Well done. Here we go.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry that David had to leave. And I'll just observe that this is a rather skimpy report, even itsy-bitsy, teeny-weeny, but it's accurate, because there hasn't been a meeting of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, as it says in clause 1.1, since it last reported to Council. Now, I'm assured that happens at the start of the 4-year County Council term. So I do wish to assure fellow members that this will not be repeated, and there will be a rather more substantial report at the next meeting. There was a meeting of the Impact of Scrutiny Advisory Committee, and again I would like to say that it signed off all but one of the recommendations of the COVID Step Back review, but on condition that there is going to be a much more wide-ranging scrutiny review into the County Council and COVID and how we've worked with partners and lessons learned. And those of us who are twin hatters, if I may say that, pointing at one over there, who serve both on ISAC and on OSC, will be making sure that that becomes part of the future business. The flooding scrutiny review did take place. David wasn't able to chair it. Michael very kindly stepped in to do that, but I was not able to be there either, so I cannot report on the detail. But we know from the questions raised at today's meeting that that is a major set of issues, and again, the impact of Scrutiny Advisory Committee should be able to take that forward. But I am happy to propose this report for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ormington. I am now going to be looking for a seconder. So is there somebody who would second?
Chairman, any member of the Scrutiny Committee I think would be fine.
Lovely. Is there a member of Scrutiny who would like... Thank you, Councillor Buckler. Thank you very much. So I have you to second. And in fact, I was going to invite you to speak as the lead speaker for the Labour group. And you can either reserve your right or speak for up to 5 minutes.
So there's nothing really to add.
Splendid. Thank you very much. We don't have independent group here. Any other speakers? Oh yes, Councillor Thake. Hello.
Yes, Madam Chairman, just a slight point of correction. I actually chaired the flood.
Oh, Richard, I'm sorry.
Right. The name is not Michael. It's Richard. Some call me other things, but I did chair, and it did go forward, and it was comprehensive, and it will be recommendations will be coming forward in the normal way. I have undertaken on this occasion to ensure that the outcomes are circulated amongst the members who were there, just to ensure absolute accuracy. Of course, they will be absolutely accurate, but I thought as a matter of courtesy, as I chaired it for the first time, hopefully the last, I will just circulate those. But I was the chairman, and I made it quite clear that I will take the executive decision on those outcomes, although I will listen to what the others have got to say, but the buck will stop here.
Richard, my humble apologies.
Thank you.
Accepted, sir.
Thank you. Fighting at dawn. Splendid. So, I can invite any other speakers that would like to say anything. There probably aren't any.
Yes,
sorry, Councillor
quickly
Charles
seeking an assurance that, I know Judy will be complaining if I speak too long, just an assurance that the outcomes of the flooding will be circulated. We won't have to wait for the October council meeting to hear those outcomes once you have agreed those recommendations. Because we were due to have an oral update today on those recommendations, which obviously has not been possible. I understand there has been some issues about members not all completing all the topic groups. The other stuff I'm really want to seek an assurance.
Thank
the
you.
outcomes on that.
That's been noted. Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers? I don't think there are. We don't have any rights of reply. We've all spoken. So in which case we'll go to the vote. So may I ask for a show of hands for those in favour, please? And anybody against? Any abstentions? That one is carried. So swiftly on to item 9, report from the Health Scrutiny Committee, and I'm inviting Councillor Hart to move the motion, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I take this opportunity to move the report in my name, and I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hart. Now, I was going to invite Councillor White to second. I assume, is there somebody else on the committee who'd like to second?
I can
Thank you,
second.
Councillor Bell. Would you like to speak now? Would you like to reserve your right?
I'll reserve my right.
Yeah, lovely. So then in fact, I was also going to invite you as a speaker for the Labour group. Is that permissive to have two?
Not 2 speeches.
No, we don't need 2 speeches, but do we need another?
We need another person.
Another person from the Labour group? No, we don't wish to speak. That's absolutely fine. Are there any other speakers who would like to speak on this item? Quick look round. I don't think there are.
Yes.
Oh, beg your pardon. Hello, Councillor
Yeah.
Giles
It's
Meadows.
really, and I appreciate that the Chairman may not be in a position to answer, certainly if it's been raised in our group. The issues I understand with the East of England Ambulance Service and training of staff, I appreciate that is not included. There has been a review of part of the Health Scrutiny as part of this. Would the Chair of the Health Scrutiny Committee, in due course, send an update as to the position in relation to the East of England Ambulance Service and how it may or may not be affecting our residents of Hertfordshire. I understand there's some concerns about how the service is performing and it's undertaking its statutory duty. Don't need a written reply, but I'd like to seek that assurance that we can have something to circulate.
Yeah. Do you want to roll that into your right of reply?
Yes.
So just check if Councillor Bell wanted to say anything as a seconder now at this point.
No, I mean, I'm just going to say, just briefly then, I mean, I was pleased to join the committee. We've already done some important work. We've had that patient scrutiny on the 4 items. One of them, of course, is the ambulance service. We weren't happy with what they came back to us last week. They're going to come. We've asked them to come back, and I'm sure the chair will say in October or November, because they do need to come back to us, obviously, with their special measures. There was a big issue over the ambulance service. And obviously we've got a scrutiny meeting in County Hall tomorrow as well. So, but yeah, I'll leave
Thank you, Councillor Bell. So, Councillor Hart. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I concur with Councillor Giles Medhurst. I quite agree with you, and of course, Councillor Bell. There were concerns raised about the East of England ambulance services, and we take that quite seriously. It's something that we need to investigate, and it will come back to scrutiny in the autumn. It will be on the work programme. So I'm happy to go further in the autumn, and I can give you a further update, but clearly something needs to be looked into, and we will do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. So now we can go to the vote. So may I ask for a show of hands for those in favour, please? And any against? Any abstentions? No, that one looked unanimous, so thank you very much. And now on to item 10, the annual report of the Audit Committee, April 2020 to March 2021. May I invite Councillor Graham to move the motion. You have 5 minutes.
Chairman, Madam Chairman, thank you very much indeed. This is, we're at the end of a long meeting, aren't we? And this is a report to be noted. So I intend to be brief. But in giving this report, I would just like to give credit to my predecessor, Councillor Frances Button. It was Councillor Button who initiated this annual report, and it was she that presented the first one to this council in 2019. And the report that you have in front of you was agreed by the Audit Committee on the 23rd of March 2021, when she was still in the chair. So with that in mind, I would just like to move to the conclusions that were raised. And this is, I know, was personally written by Councillor Button, and 2 points I'd like to highlight. In it, she says, I wish to express my gratitude to all the Audit Committee members, Cabinet members and officers who have worked so hard in a real spirit of cooperation to bring about and maintain the various changes. The Internal Audit Department can only be as effective as it can in the recommendations being implemented. And this last year, we've seen particular support by the officers and particular support from the Cabinet members in helping us make the changes that we think are necessary on the Audit Committee. So thank you very much indeed from that committee. The second thing I'd like to highlight is, and this is again Councillor Button writing this, I hope we have contributed towards continuously improving the governance, risk management, control, performance, effectiveness and efficiency of Herts and County Council. That was the